Today, another wonderful day. A cheerful morning to everyone joined in this conference. We are very much glad to welcome you all for the special occasion International Conference on Emerging Business Trends in the present pandemic era, sponsored by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education, organized by Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, School of Business Studies, Bharathasan University, in association with Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, in commemoration with India's 150th Independence Year.
To survive in peace and harmony, we must have one people, one nation, one flag, and one song. Now it's time for Untitled. Now I call upon our melody makers to sing Untitled.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெடிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது நெற்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமை என்று செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, friends. Please be seated. We bless your nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Now we call upon J. Hariprasad and M. Jayalakshmi of Second MBA to undertake oath on behalf of students in college body.
We are privileged to take the following oath on behalf of special guests, faculty members, student friends, and all others.
சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள், ஆசிரியர்கள், சக மாணவ மாணவியர்கள் மற்றும் அனைவரின் சார்பாக கீழ்காணும் உறுதிமொழியை மேற்கொள்வதில் நாங்கள் பெருமிதம் கொள்கிறோம்.
India is my country and all Indians are my brothers and sisters. I love my country and I am proud of its rich and varied heritage. I shall always try to be worthy of it.
இந்தியா எனது நாடு, இந்தியர்கள் அனைவரும் எனது உடன்பிறப்புகள். எனது நாட்டை நான் பெரிதும் நேசிக்கிறேன். இந்நாட்டின் பழம்பெருமைக்காகவும் பன்முக மரபு சிறப்பிற்காகவும் நான் பெருமிதம் அடைகிறேன். இந்நாட்டின் பெருமைக்கு தகுதி விலகிட என்றும் பாடுபடுவேன்.
I shall give respect to my parents, teachers, and all elders. Treat everyone with courtesy.
என்னுடைய பெற்றோர், ஆசிரியர்கள், எனக்கு வயதில் மூத்தோர் அனைவரையும் மதிப்பேன். எல்லோரிடமும் அன்பும் மரியாதையும் காட்டுவேன்.
To my country and my people, I pledge my devotion. In their well-being and prosperity alone lies my happiness.
எனது நாட்டிற்கும் என் மக்களுக்கும் உழைத்திட முனைந்து நிற்பேன். அவர்கள் நலமும் வளமும் பெறுவதிலே தான் என்றும் மகிழ்ச்சி காண்பேன்.
I shall not resort to violence for the resolution of difference of opinion and shall settle all the disputes by peaceful and constitutional means.
எங்களுக்கு இடையான அனைத்து வேறுபாடுகளையும் வன்முறையில் ஈடுபடாமல் பேச்சுவார்த்தைகள் மூலமாகவும் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்ட வழிமுறைகளை பின்பற்றியும் தீர்த்துக் கொள்வேன்.
I shall preserve the natural resources like land, water, and air. I will share and use them economically, protect the environment from all kinds of pollution.
இயற்கை வளங்களான நிலம், நீர், காற்று ஆகியவற்றை அனைவரிடமும் பகிர்ந்து கொண்டு சிக்கனமாக பயன்படுத்துவேன். சுற்றுச்சூழலை மாசுபடாமல் பாதுகாப்பேன்.
I shall use economically electricity and fuel.
மின்சாரம், எரிபொருள் போன்றவற்றை சிக்கனமாக பயன்படுத்துவேன்.
I will strive to become a successful entrepreneur through my creativity and hard work and contribute towards building a self-reliant India.
எனது படைப்பாற்றல் மற்றும் கடின உழைப்பின் மூலம் வெற்றிகரமான தொழில் முனைவோராக உருவாவதற்கு முயற்சி செய்வேன். மேலும் அதன் மூலம் தற்சார்புடைய இந்தியாவை கட்டமைப்பதில் எனது பங்களிப்பை வழங்குவேன்.
I shall uphold the mission and vision and follow the rules and regulations of Bharathasan University and Department of Commerce and Financial Studies.
பாரதிதாசன் பல்கலைக்கழகம் மற்றும் வணிகவியல் மற்றும் நிதி கல்வியல் துறையின் நடைமுறைகளை கடைபிடிப்பேன்.
I shall put forth my maximum effort to achieve the motto of Bharadas University to create a brave new world.
புதியதோர் உலகம் செய்வோம் என்ற பாரதிதாசன் பல்கலைக்கழக குறிக்கோளை அடைய எனது பங்களிப்பை வழங்க உறுதியளிக்கிறேன்.
Thank you, friends. Give light, and the darkness will disappear of itself. First, we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. M.Selvam, to light the lamp. Next, may we request our respected head of department, Dr. M.Selvam, to light the lamp. Now, we request our faculty members to light the lamp. Now, we call upon our scholars to light the lamp. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Sunshine is a thing. It brings a lot of brightness. Now we request Professor M.Selvam, Conference Controller, come Director, to welcome your brand.
Most distinguished Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Selvam, and most respected Professor Veera Pandian Kalyani Sundaram, Professor of University of Technology, Malaysia, who is on the line, who is going to deliver a keynote address, and the most illustrious Dr. Jafar, and the distinguished Abdul Qadir, and esteemed Professor Natarajan, and my colleague Professor Baba Rajendra, learned my fellow colleagues in Bharadas University and other universities, and the delegates from different places. Good morning to all of you. It is a matter of privilege for me to deliver a welcome address to this August gatherings. Let me first thank the God for making this day a reality. I wish to record that my sincere appreciation and gratitude are always due to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M.Selvam, who is always supporting me and our department for all our activities. I extend my sincere appreciation to all the distinguished speakers of this event. 6 speakers are going to deliver their lectures on a very important contemporary topic, and they are all very busy, and they are going to spare their valuable time by delivering the lectures and grace the occasion. So I once again appreciate all of you for your physical presence as well as joining with us through online at this international conference on emerging business trends in the pandemic era. So far, our department has organized more than 50 national and international events. And this time, this event is organized with the financial support of Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. So we are happy to organize this particular event. Dear friends, it is inevitable fact that COVID-19 outbreak has changed the world. Business world has started moving towards new normal trend. It is a need of the hour for all academic institutions to be vibrant and cautious about further impact of virus and the resilience to create new way of living and working. The survival of any business at the present context needs acceleration of innovative digital transformation. It is an open secret that innovation plays a vital role in the process. So, any type of industries are forced to collaborate, reinvent with upskilling and reskilling for their survival. Collaboration between universities and industries would pave way for the successful innovations. An effective collaboration between the academics and the companies is essential for success in management. Having realized this fact at this point of time, we coined the title of the seminar, Emerging Business Trends in the Pandemic Era, with the financial assistance of Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education, TANSCI, to disseminate the remedial measures for overcoming the ill effects caused by COVID-19. The main objective of this particular conference is to discover through such a collaboration future directions with the innovation to handle the present pandemic. It is significant that international conference is jointly organized as a part of academic collaboration following the Memorandum of Understanding signed on 24/9/2021 with the presence of the present Vice Chancellor between the Department of Commerce and the Financial Studies of Bharathasan University and the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. This conference aims to bring the leading industries, academicians, researchers, and the students to exchange and share their experience on all aspects of business innovation. The experience that are going to gain from the presentation of innovative lectures is no doubt, I strongly believe that is going to be good and fruitful and will certainly provide huge information. We have arranged competent speakers to speak on different themes of topical importance. With these few words, I wish to perform the formal duty of welcoming dignitaries on the dais and off the dais who have also joined with us through online. First of all, I would like to wholeheartedly appreciate the most respectful and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr.M.Selvam, Bharathasan University. Professor Selvam is an action-oriented, proactive, and faculty student-friendly Vice Chancellor. Under his able leadership and support, not only after himself becoming a Vice Chancellor, right from the inception of our department, he has been extending all possible support. Even the MBA Financial Management was coined with a good idea of this present Vice Chancellor. So all our departmental activities are successful because of his support and encouragement, not only from now, for the last 20 to 25 years. Above all, he is a man of simplicity, and we are all fortunate to have him as a Vice Chancellor of this great university. Though he is very busy, so he is with us to share his views. So on my own behalf and on behalf of all of us, I extend special warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Selvam, for his presence as well as his support. Next, I have to extend my cordial welcome to our good friend Professor Veerapandiyan Kalyani Sundaram, Professor of University Technology, Malaysia, who is going to deliver a special lecture at this, keynote address at this valedictory function. Welcome to Professor Veera.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Can I start?
No, not now. Just I am offering you welcome address. Right. So another chief guest of today, Professor Natarajan, will be joining to deliver the next lecture. And I have to welcome the another important speaker, Professor I.M.L.I., who is always with us. He is a senior professor of economics. So in all our event, he is with us and he is sharing a lot of ideas with our students, friends, and the participants. So therefore, my special welcome to Professor I.M.L.I. So I am of the view that organizing the seminar that to international event like this is a high-level academic exercise. This exercise is fruitful when speakers from Malaysia, Astra, and the reputed institution in India share their experience with us at a forum like this. All the speakers, time is a constraint to call their name, are experts in their respective field. They are very busy. In spite of a hectic schedule, they have agreed to deliver the lectures to the webinar on a very important topic. The deliberations should certainly enrich the knowledge of the participants, both the physical as well as online. So I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Jafar Bayman from Malaysia, from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Abdul Qadir from University Technology Malaysia, and Dr. Wan Entru from Malaysia, and Professor Jabamalai Vinnarachi, former principal advisor to the Director General of UNIDO. And also my special welcome to Dr. Veerakumaran, Professor in the Department of Cooperative Management from Kerala, Kerala Agricultural University, Tiruchur. And also in the validative function, Dr. Geera Subramaniam from Malaysia will join to offer felicitation. Therefore, I extend all these speakers on my own behalf and on behalf of all of us. Delegates are real heroes of any international event. So I am very happy to welcome all the delegates who have joined through online as well as present here. I am sure that cooperation of all of you who have joined here would certainly ensure the successful conduct of this particular webinar. This webinar is bound to be successful because of the informed delegates from different parts. It is our department has a very good team. You can observe them with their punctuality and real work. So I extend my warm welcome to all my students and scholars who are committed to help us for this particular event. My special welcome to Dr. Babu, Anida Gayatri, and the present and the former scholars who are always with us to organize event like this. My welcome to guest faculty, Rajalakshmi and Kadravan, and as well as non-teaching staff for their support. So I am just an instrumental for this particular event, and it is because of the support of all my students and scholars and the faculty members, we are able to organize any type of event in a grand manner. Therefore, I extend my warm welcome to all those who are directly and indirectly supporting us to organize this particular event. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. The sense of honor is of so fine and delicate in nature that it is only to be met with minds with natural novel. It's time to request A. Mohammed Abdullah, second MBA, to present a moment to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M.Selvam. Thank you, sir. Maybe that was all English of second MPA to present a moment to Dr. S. Ayambeleza. Thank you, sir. We are glad to invite Dr. M.Selvam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, to release the seminar CD. Now we request Dr. S. Ayambeleza to release the CD. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. M.Selvam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, to deliver inaugural address.
I have to hold the mic like this. Okay. Good morning, all of you. Hope you are all happy. Fine, nice. most revered, my esteemed colleague, Dr.M.Selvam, Professor in Department of Commerce and Financial Studies. Another colleague of mine, Professor Babu Rajendran, very senior professor and a giant in the area of environmental biotechnology. Esteemed other colleagues in the Department of Commerce and Financial Studies and Bharatidasan Institute of Management, School of Management, yes, BSM. Professor, I don't call him as Professor, Pidamahar of Commerce Economics of this university, Professor I.M. Pillai, a very great professor, and all the great participants, guests from other institutions. It's a fine day, a day on deliberating on the emerging business trends in the present pandemic era, organized by this department. This department is joined by the University Technology Mara of Malaysia. Sir has read out the names of all the great participants who will be deliberating with you on the titles today and tomorrow, and other friends who might have joined the program virtually. Before I proceed further, this department is one of the most active departments in terms of number of programs, in terms of involving the students in many ways, and living every minute with the cause of developing higher education in the field of business in this part. I am also happy that every function that this department organizes is brought under the 75 years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, otherwise put in Tamil, Sudandhira Thirunal, Amudat Thiruvizha, சோதனை கடந்து சுதந்திரம் அடைந்தும் சாதனை புரிந்து சரித்திரம் படைக்கும் சாதனை புரிந்து சரித்திரம் படைக்க வேண்டும் yourselves. That way is a nice day. This program is sponsored by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. So you may not be knowing, students, it is housed on the Beach Road along with that building. Right, okay. It is in a house in another campus, but on the main facing the beach. Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. In short, we call it STANSHI. We call it a STANSHI. So this year, STANSHI has been very active in funding many projects. Yes, many projects. Our faculty members have submitted many proposals, and also programs like this as well. So therefore, I want to thank the authorities of Tamil Nadu State Council for Education for their kindness in supporting this event with a large heart. Coming to the title, this is the title that never goes fade. Year after year after year, we can have it. It never fades. Emerging business trends in the present pandemic era. As students of business, commerce, and economics, you would have well appreciated how changes have been sweeping through the whole world. Many changes many programs, many gadgets, electronic gadgets, virtual version, n number of opportunities. All this has been possible in the last 1 decade. Decade after decade, we find a quantum jump in terms of the facilities that we are enjoying. For every unit of input, the efforts have been put to maximize the output from that. That means the productivity part must be enhanced given the input. We may call it as the efficiency quotient. As students of economics, you must be aware of. As students of economics, you must know that you are studying economics. So economics is said to be the eldest sister. Commerce is said to be the elder sister. Management is said to be the younger sister. These are not my words. These are words of Professor T.C. Mohan. Professor IML must be very much knowing him. He used to say in Annam University. Maybe I heard this voice from his mouth in 1982 or something like that, 40 years ago. Yes, exactly 40 years ago, when he was also Vice Chancellor of Annam University then. So therefore, the world of economics, commerce, business has been tremendously changing. Every change means a good amount of innovation has gone into that. That's the change maker. If we want to measure innovation, we can measure anything in this world can be measured. Innovation quotient. If you want to measure, it is being measured. Data are available. So how countries are staking themselves in the innovation quotient. For innovation, we need creativity, you know that. And what is creativity? That's a question. Anybody can answer. What is creativity? Thinking differently. How often that matters most? Ideational fluency, new ideational fluency, fluently new ideas, just a minute after minute, just pouring in from the head of this person, that person, and that person. So therefore, a plethora of ideas at the fraction of a moment are on the table for consumption. So that is what is called as ideational fluency. You ask a question, yes, I have an answer, immediate, and a new answer, a new thinking, new thought, like that. So the ideational fluency is one of the important things in the emerging business world. And of course, pandemic has helped us. But for pandemic, to take the university education, college education in this country to this level of virtual kind of mode would have taken at least a decade. Whereas in a year's time, we have become very much used to this virtual mode. That is where the oldest statement, invention is the mother of necessity. When there is a necessity, invention used to come. Now, this is a forced necessity. So when forces are operated, definitely the outcome used to be very high. You must be knowing that famed Einstein's equation, E equal to mc square. Why should there be c square? Why not c? E equal to mc, mass into velocity of light. Why the power is added to that? Yes, it is a power that makes more amount of power is released from the given mass of energy, a given mass of anything for the matter. So therefore, that's the power that matters. So therefore, this is what we call as the ideational fluency. That is n number of ideas in 1 by nth time. That's the speed with which we get new ideas matters. Further, constantly we have to think. When we are put in the seat of decision making, when you are put in the seat of decision making, naturally ideas will come, provided you think on how to make things better. In a vacuum, we may not be able to think, but given a setting, given a kind of tightened situation around you, your mind works. Definitely it works. So the more the pressure under which you are put, better ideas used to come because your mind, your subconscious mind, all put together derive in a faster route themselves and come with more ideas. So that's how the new businesses are coming in. So you must be knowing now the top 100 and the top 10 businesses, the top 10 countries on innovation quotient. We can very well see how they have been steering their business in such a way that between the first and the second, there used to be a gulf of difference, not that neck to neck race. The race is not that neck to neck because, the competition is said to be the engine of success. So when your competitor is very much closer, definitely they cannot have a good sleep because you would like to always have an edge over your immediate competitor, which could be measured in terms of miles, if not kilometers. That means, the difference should be higher and higher. Of course, the person who is in the second rung will not keep quiet. It would always try to close the gap between it or him and the one on the top. Therefore, it is such a competitive world we have in the business. But in the case of educational institutions, do we have the same kind of competitiveness? Of course, the same kind of competitiveness we can find where the quality is mattered much, where the feel for being always on the top is very much in the top of all the people working in those concerns. Take the case of IITs or Indian Institute of Management. They have that fervor, competitive fervor, so that each one would like to go up from its present position. Then somebody else has to go down. There is no other go. But the struggle for getting a higher slot is always there. Therefore, we have to have that kind of feeling in ourselves as well. Then only we can move up in the ladder of achievement, in the ladder of innovation quotient or whatever it is. So this way, this program is well conceived and has got a grand start. And the topics sustainable supply chain. Years ago, or even decades ago, I read one thing. Today's world is competing not on quality, not on efficiency, but it is competing on supply chain. It is competing on logistics part. Because anyone could be a great manufacturer. Anyone can be. But can you take your product to the consumption point before somebody else goes over there? Is where the competition. Right now, the supply chain, value that the supply chain is creating, all these things matter, and this title is here very much. And another title on emotional intelligence. Intelligence is one thing, emotional intelligence is an added thing. So it is emotion plus intelligence. Intelligence may look somewhat very sharp-edged knife, whereas if you add emotion to that, it makes a little what kind of niceties over there. The sharpness is there at the same time, a kind of niceties is also added. So that way, that's also another great topic. Then startup. Yes, you are going to stand-up and start-up new businesses. I think Indian people who have moved to USA for such a job have become very successful entrepreneurs in the startup. With a small investment, I think in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, I think they could find a buyer for their this thing, and they make returns in the range of 100 times of their investment, 200 times of their investment. So that's what people say. In India, they are not that innovative, but when they shift their place over the west or east Japan or something like that, they become so great in their contribution. So what the place, how this place makes such a great change is where we have to do some research, whether the place has any impact. Place means it's not place alone, it's not the geography I'm making. So not geography alone, the government, the support, the fellowship, environment you have, all such things. So therefore, that's another kind of thing. And it's a do or die business. I think one Dr. Van Endura Binti Van Rashid is speaking on do or die. Yes, the survival of the fittest, which we call the law of jungle, is likely to prevail in a competitive world. We must be prepared for that. So like that, great topics are being elaborated here, will be elaborated by the speakers in the next, today and tomorrow. At the end of the day, you must become, the whole, the impact of this kind of program is to come from you. That is how you have received, how you are going to act on having received valuable information from great speakers. Therefore, how do you take it, how do you shape your thought process? And as Professor, one of your charters of your oath is to become entrepreneurs. Therefore, how many of you are going to become entrepreneurs? You can become an entrepreneur. When we were studying, we didn't even hear the word entrepreneurship. Please note that. In 1988, I went to Korakadi from Chennai. I wrote an article on entrepreneurship. I gave it to typist. People told me he is the best typist, he is the best typist available in Korakadi. So I gave it to him. So the word entrepreneurship, I am typewriting only today. He was telling like that. For the first time I am typewriting this word today, he said. So that's the kind of word. Whereas you, every now and then, you have been fed up with, fed, that way I'm putting it. Fed with, not fed up with. You are fed with the term entrepreneurship. Therefore, 10% of you, 5% of you enough if you become entrepreneurs. That kind of mindset you must have. And with these words, I am happy. The department has been once again doing a lot of activities. And yesterday, your professor was with us until 7:30 p.m. Every day, of course, Vice Chancellor's office after what is called as Astajama Puja only we used to leave. That means 7:38, between that time only we used to leave the campus. So therefore, yesterday he was a part of our Astajama Puja. That means, why I'm telling is, having a program this morning and spending the time up to 7:30 p.m. with us is something difficult to balance both kind of things, but he is capable of doing. Why he is capable of doing, he is delegating. And there are people who can take the delegated work done the way he wants to be done. So that's a kind of, that's the greatness of a manager. A manager is a person who is capable of delegating the right job to the right person, done it beautifully. So that way, all his capabilities, I know. So with these words, I wish the event, the two-day event, all grants success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your assessment and outstanding address.
It's time to invite Dr. Veerapandiyan Kalyani Sundaram, Professor of Operational Supply Chain Logistics, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia, to deliver keynote address virtually. He is going to enlighten us on the topic of sustainable supply chain.
Yes, Professor Veera, welcome to Veera and Professor.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much to the chairperson. Okay, salam sejahtera and a very good day to Professor Dr.M.Selvam, Vice Chancellor of Bharathidasan University, Professor Dr.M.Selvam, Head of Commerce and Financial Studies, and also the Founder and Chief Editor of Smart Journal, Professor Jafar Paiman, Director of IBE University Technology Mara, and also Dr. Abdul Kadir, committee members of this webinar, distinguished guests from India, China, Malaysia, and also other part of the world, and also not to forget my beloved students from UITM as well. And it is indeed a great honor to be the keynote speaker in this 18th annual international webinar, which carries the theme Emerging Business Trend in the Present Pandemic Era. Without further ado, I'll begin my presentation with a slideshow. Hope you can, we are in the same page. Hope you can see the slide. Okay, it's about sustainable supply chain, key concept and case studies. And I'm representing UITM, Faculty of Business and Institute of Business Excellence. Okay, so we are looking at some of the layout here in my presentation that is begins with sustainability. And I would like to compare sustainability and what is the difference in the supply chain sustainability, which uses the triple bottom line and some of the Malaysian case examples and roadmap. So what are the policies that have in Malaysia that can be actually be a lesson in this session for others? So when you look at sustainability, hope it is clear. You can see my slide, isn't it? Can I? Yeah. Okay. So sustainability is the ability, you see, if an organization exists, make sure it does not, to achieve the sustainability, and when it operates, it does not deplete the natural resources. So some of very good example of sustainability is the renewable clean energy. So we have approximately 6 very popular clean energy, renewable clean energy that we are optimizing. That is the solar energy, wind energy, which is very popular in Europe and America, hydropower, which is historically very common in Malaysia because our strong water source and so on. Geothermal power, that is hot spring that gives you the heat, and from lava flow, which is very common in Indonesia and so on, to actually generate power from this source. And now the current trend is biomass energy. That in Malaysia, we are using palm oil waste and chicken dung or manure to produce hydrogen and subsequently to store the hydrogen in the fuel cell, and later can be used by the industry as well as household and so on. So this is the general view of sustainability. So what is supply chain sustainability and how it is different from the common sustainability? So supply chain sustainability looks into a range of continuum ranging from ultimate supplier to the customer, which looks into green environmental progress, low carbon footprint, and promoting human rights, fair labor practices such as equal employment opportunity, and also anti-corruption policies. Okay, so that's one of the main element here that actually promotes G2G procurement by using e-procurement and so on. So one of the core element of supply chain sustainability is actually looking at the fairness of the whole player and the various stakeholders in the supply chain. So why sustainability is very important? Because it has a range of continuum from upstream to downstream. And therefore, it is an indicator that actually evidently proven that carbon emission from direct and indirect upstream and downstream activity in a supply chain can actually account for 70% of the firm carbon footprint. So most of the time, the blame is put on to the manufacturers. But actually, if you look at it, the whole supply chain of that respective manufacturer is actually responsible in producing the carbon footprint. Therefore, in order to solve this issue, one organization acting in silo will not be possible in solving it. So we need a collaborative effort from all the supply chain partners, okay, in looking into how to maintain this or bring this element of sustainability in their supply chain. So most concerning environmental issue in Malaysia that actually warrants this sustainability supply chain is because the first most alarming issue is the global warming and climate change, okay, followed by air pollution and water pollution. And recently, deforestation is another issue. And now we can see that a lot of flood has been taking place in the urban area. So these are the concern now why we have to bring in the sustainability element and practice across the supply chain. So we are looking at in 2015, United Nations has come up with this 17 goal of sustainability. Okay, so the target is within the 15 years time span, we must able to achieve these 17 goals among developing and developed countries. Okay, so Malaysia is also playing an important role. That's where we cascaded the whole thing into a roadmap. Okay, so we are targeting in Malaysia 2050. Okay, so that we can able to achieve a high level of sustainability. And to support this, our economic instrument that we are going to use is carbon pricing and also carbon tax for also retailers, manufacturers, suppliers, as well as individual household users and so on. And in 2020, end of 2020, we will develop the low carbon long-term development strategy. And in order to implement this, we have working committee. So our SDG steering committee in Malaysia is actually headed by Prime Minister, and the whole thing is cascaded from the Sustainable Development Goal 2030. So we have 5 committees here. One is the Working Committee of Inclusivity, Working Committee of Well-being, Human Capital, Environment and Natural Resources, and Economic Growth. So they will be actually carrying the responsibility of achieving all the 17 goals, working hand in hand with various ministries, state government, and also local authority. So the 3 principles. So how can supply chain achieve this sustainability? We are looking at the 3 triple bottom line approach. The triple bottom line approach is actually talks about economy, society, and environment. We call it the 2ES. Or we can also say, reflect it in a different manner, which means economy is reflected in profit, society is reflected in people, and environment is reflected in planet. So therefore, we have this 3P concept, which is also known as triple bottom line. After this, I will be showing you how this 3P or the triple bottom line is implemented by some of the companies in Malaysia, including MNCs, global companies, and also local companies. So the triple bottom line, first one is the people, okay? We have to look in terms of the fairness that we apply to our employees and various stakeholders. So first one is the supplier selection and performance criteria has to be monitored. And for that, I'd like to give this example. Canon has joined the Responsible Business Alliance. We call it the RBA. Very common, this is a very popular non-profit organization which supports the rights and well-being of their workers in terms of equal employment opportunity, fairness among gender, and also among various citizens. Especially when I talk about global company, there should be fairness, okay? There shouldn't be any favoritism between one particular, employees from one particular companies or country and so on. And for that, not only that, Canon enforced this, RBA to its first tier and also second tier. And the second one is material that you use, they must be safe and environmentally responsible. So Unilever Malaysia is very popular for producing healthcare as well as consumer care product. So under the program of Unilever Positive Beauty, so they come out with this concept, sustainable living. That means of course, most of the product like soap and other element of beauty care, the source is palm oil. So they are actually not only sourcing palm oil, but looking at the organic palm oil that is currently available in Malaysia to produce product brand like Dove, Simple, Vaseline, and Lifebuoy. Again, the second one is the planet. The first objective is to conserve scarce resources. We can see Nespresso, which is very popular for the coffee drinkers. So they have this coffee which is placed in a capsule, aluminum capsule, to preserve the quality of the coffee. So most of the time when consumers use it, they will throw it, and we are actually losing in terms of recycled material. So they come up with this take-back scheme. Take-back scheme here is where the capsule are collected via the reverse logistics approach. Okay, and in Malaysia, DHL is in assistance to it in making it successful. And second one is carbon footprint and greenhouse emission. Acer Malaysia has launched Project Humanity, saved 100 tons of carbon emission. And this is by using single cup and bottles at work. Okay, so you bring your own cup and bottles. And also some of the collecting electronic products and batteries for closed loop supply chain. So Acer product, computer peripherals, okay, if any parts which are not used, you can actually send it to them for recycle, and you can get a token of discount when you purchase a new laptop or computer or any peripherals. And if you look at this, okay, so the triple bottom line is actually applied in the supply chain, right from the concept, when you have an idea to build a product, designing, and then finally goes to manufacturer, which is the focal firm, until the disposal stage. Okay, so the triple P element will focus on minimizing the raw material use across the supply chain, energy utilization, water, and waste. So this is another example. This is Frito-Lay chips, and you can see the amount of carbon footprint that is total of 75 grams. Actually, most of the time you'll be thinking that manufacturers are the one who's producing the carbon footprint. But if you look at the whole chain, the upstream supply chain, which includes farming and manufacturer, are the one that actually produce bulk of the carbon footprint. And this is basically because of the utilization of non-organic fertilizer and also pesticide. And the triple bottom line is the third one that is very important, that is profit. Because if you talk about social and environment sustainability will not exist if you don't have economic sustainability. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, so what happened in Sri Lanka when they introduced organic farming? Okay, they have not built up a business model by looking at the economic sustainability, but more priority is given on the environmental sustainability. That's why it did not yield a better return, and eventually that has given an adverse effect to the Sri Lankan economy. And we are looking at implementing 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Basically, in the construction industry and its supply chain in Malaysia, we implement solid waste reduction using the 3R under the National Solid Waste Management Policy. And we also implement social accounting, okay? So social accounting is the process where we communicate. We actually take down all the social costs that has been built in the process of we operating as an organization or a firm. Okay, so especially manufacturing, we have to calculate what are the social costs that has incurred, and we have to actually pay tax according to it. That is what we call social accounting. And some of the case study that I like to share here, a few case study. Okay, so this is Puma sustainable packing. So this is what we know as clever little bag that is done by Puma, and it has easily dissolvable, what you call dismantleable, box. Okay, that is also using non-woven polyester, consists of polypropylene, and actually which can easily be used for recycle. This is one which is away from the conventional shoebox that you normally use, which cannot be recycled and we cannot be used easily. This one consumers can easily use. Okay, another one is Japanese square watermelon. Okay, this actually carries a lot of different opinion. People say this watermelon is not for consumption, but it carries more aesthetic value. Okay, so in Japan, by having this square, it actually gives a lot of logistic feasibility in the supply chain, because you can easily store this in the containers or truck without much space consumption. So this is actually will reduce the unit of transportation costs. And this finally, the Malaysian initiative towards carbon neutral society. We are quite serious, similar to other countries as well as India, in implementing this carbon neutral society. Okay, we have comprehensive national energy policy, and one of it is hydrogen economy. We wanted to create a hydrogen economy. So a lot of research grant has been disseminated, looking into how you can actually capture. The difficult part in hydrogen is how you're going to store this energy. So that is the biggest challenge, and it has to be cost effective. Okay? The second one is cleaner energy generation. Okay, we are looking at the gas power plant in Peninsular Malaysia to replace coal-fired power plants. Okay, and under the 12 MP is the Malaysian plan. We are quite serious in implementing projects that can reduce pollution, waste generation, and dependency on natural resources. We call it as a cyclical economic model. And in conclusion, we also have Malaysian carbon neutral supply chain programs. Okay, we actually want our producer or manufacturer to be intensified in enhancing the implementation of sustainable consumption and production, especially when they use raw material, and also the packing material. Packing material has to be biodegradable. In certain extents, we do use what you call popcorn in replacing the polystyrene as part of our packing material, especially when we export it to Australia and England and so on. So another one is green procurement. Okay, is also implemented by government, and later it is cascaded to state government and also local authority. At the moment, federal government is actually using it, this green procurement initiative. And the third one is green investment is actually encouraged in the power plant supply chain, because at the moment in Malaysia, this power plant is the one that creates the most greenhouse emission, that is about 43.4% overall. And finally, manufacturers and suppliers are actually to comply this environmental, social, and governance principle whenever they talk about making any decision in production. Okay, one of the important thing is never to accept any new plants close to the water source, because the illegal dumping has been very prone. So these are one of the ESG principles that we apply. So with that, thank you very much and for your receptiveness, and over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Professor Veera, for your thought-provoking, very wonderful speech. We all enjoyed. Please be on the line. We will offer a formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Saying thank you is more than good manners, and it is good personality. Now I invite Dr. J. Gayatri, Associate Professor, Bardhasan University, to propose vote of thanks.
Please. Professor Veera, one interaction is there. There is one queries interaction, please.
Professor Veera, this is I.M. Pillai.
Yes, thank you.
Department of Economics. I get a small question.
Yes, please.
Malaysia is almost like Sri Lanka. Now, the small countries are being, you are reading the newspapers, Ukraine, Thailand, Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, so many small countries, though they were very rich, efficient in all respects, now they are getting collapsed, or some problems are coming. Now, how far Malaysia is different from Sri Lanka? Now, will it happen to Malaysia also? This is my question. What is happening in Sri Lanka? Will it happen? Because in my understanding, both are almost same. Now, agriculture goods export, they are depending on small countries. So, will it happen to Malaysia also? This is my question, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very sensitive question, but okay, I'll try to answer this. What happens in Malaysia here, we are in the verge of, we actually have switched from agriculture to manufacturing for almost 30 years ago, okay? And most of our economic policy, we do not, enforce in silo. So because we work as an ASEAN country, okay, we have nearly about 10 countries integrated as under the free AFTA, ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. So we move as a larger force. So that is actually our strength, and we have also supporting from Organization of Islamic Country, which is constitute Gulf countries and so on. So, and we have strong power source as well as petroleum, and as well as plantation like palm oil and so on. To support at times of uncertainty, okay? But of course, I do agree, okay? We need a very strong economic policy to actually strengthen, okay? And as far as I'm concerned, most important, the political scenario of a country actually influence the economic achievement, success of the economic and also social well-being and so on. Okay, I hope I have answered you in a very safe manner.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Very safe answer. Are you fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other question?
Any other questions from anybody? Okay, sir. Okay, no question.
Thank you.
Right. We are back.
Yeah, Mom.
A warm and graceful morning to everyone gathered here. I am happy to propose vote of thanks at the inaugural ceremony of the International Conference. We thank ThanksMe for sponsoring this conference and also the Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology Malaysia for joining hands with us in organizing this event. First and foremost, we would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who in spite of his busy schedule, kind enough to inaugurate this international conference. This shows his attitude to encourage the academic activities. His inaugural address set the tone for this 2 days conference. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our sincere thanks to the resource persons of the plenary session, especially Dr. Sundaram, sir, for this keynote address. You have delivered an excellent lecture. It is very useful to all the participants. Thank you, sir, for your nice lecture. A special thanks to the chairpersons and reporters for the better presentation session. And we thank Dr.M.Selvam, Senior Professor of Economics, who is with us to attend this conference, is always supportive of activities. Thank you, sir. The participants registered for this conference really made this a grand success. I would like to acknowledge our gratitude to them. The international conference is successfully live streamed with the help of the staff members of the University Informatics Center, particularly our lecturers. Our special thanks to them. On behalf of every beneficiaries of this conference, I express our sincere thanks to our conference convener, Professor M.Selvam, and his team, and the faculty members of our department, and scholars and MBA students for their support in conducting this event. Thank you one and all for supporting this event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us have a tea break for about 10 minutes. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 10 minutes. The online participants are requested to log in and then reassemble link after 9:30. And then repeated, let us have a tea break for about 10 minutes. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 10 minutes. The online participants are requested to log in to the same link after 11:30 a.m.
Okay, go. Yes, Professor Meera. Please go on, take it. Professor Meera. On you go. Unmute yourself. Side range. The basic Yes, Professor Meera.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you?
I can't hear. I'm fine. How are you?
Very fine, very fine.
Thank you for organizing this wonderful seminar, inviting me as a keynote speaker.
Hello.
Yeah.
How are you able to hear?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me?
I can able to hear. I can hear.
எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
நல்லா இருக்கேன். நீங்க எப்படி இருக்கீங்க?
நல்லா இருக்கேன். எப்ப சென்னை வரீங்க?
எனக்கு அதான் தெரியல. இப்ப வர முடியுமா நம்ம?
முன்னாடி வரலாம்.
ஓ, என்ன செய்வோம்னா அப்படி வந்தாலும் அடுத்த வருஷம் தான் நம்ம ப்ரோஃப் ஜஃபாரும் கார்டியரும் கொண்டு வரலான்னு இருக்கேன். வந்து நம்ம ஏதாவது ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம் செய்வோமாங்க?
நீங்க சொன்னீங்கன்னா we will do.
Yeah.
பிளான் பண்ணி சொல்லுங்க. கிராண்டா ஒரு ப்ரோகிராம் பண்ணுவோம்.
Yeah. Good. அங்க சுமாரா ஆடியன்ஸ் எவ்வளவு பேர் இருக்காங்க அங்க ஃபேஸ் டு ஃபேஸ் ஆடியன்ஸ்?
ஃபேஸ் டு ஃபேஸ் ஒரு 100 people குறையமா இருக்காங்க.
quite a lot, quite number. ஓகே ஓகே குட். ஆனா எல்லாத்துக்கும் கேக்குதா நம்ம பேசுறது?
நல்லா கேக்குது சார். ப்ராப்ளம் நல்லா ரீச் ஆச்சு.
ஓகே குட் குட் குட்.
சந்தோஷம்.
நீங்க எப்போ வரீங்க?
எல்லாம் இந்த கோவிட்னால பயந்துட்டு வரல. நான் பிளான் பண்ணி ஏதோ ஒரு ஈவென்ட் இருந்தா சொல்லுங்க. அத ஒரு ப்ரோகிராம் ஏதாவது இருந்தா அத சாக்கு வச்சு அப்படியே வரலாம்.
இல்ல அது பரவாயில்ல. அதான் இன்னொன்னு வந்து என்னன்னா இங்க புது வேரியன்ட்லாம் வேற வந்திருக்கு. அது வேற ஒரு இதா இருக்கு. ஆனா நீங்களாம் வந்தா குவாரண்டைன் பண்ண தேவையில்ல.
ஒரு செமினார் அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தா ஒண்ணுங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு செமினார் அட்டன் பண்ண மாதிரி இருக்கும். மலேசியா விசிட் பண்ண மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
சரிதான் சார். நீங்க
ப்ரோகிராம் இருந்தா சொல்லுங்க. we will submit the paper and we will come for the seminar and meet you all.
வந்துரும் அது ப்ரோகிராம் ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணிடுவோம்.
சரிங்க மீரா, ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம்.
ரொம்ப நன்றி.
தேங்க்யூ.
ரைட்.
டீ சார். நீங்களே டீ சாப்பிட போலியா? ஏன் டீ இல்லைன்னா வடக்கு போய் சாப்பிடலாம். ஜஸ்ட் வரணும்னா டீ இல்லைன்னு அர்த்தமா? சீக்கிரம் வந்து கண்டிப்பா என்ன ஒண்ணு கூட தெரியாம அந்த நேம் கூட எடுத்து வைக்கிறாங்க. தெரியல.
நம்ம ஜெனரல் லைப்ரரி லைப்ரரி மேல மாடியில லைப்ரரி மாடியிலே நான் வந்து போயிட்டாரு போட்டோ எடுத்திருக்கோம் தமிழோட சேர்த்து லைப்ரரி மாடியில வாங்க
Yes, Professor Abdul Kader. Professor Abdul Kader. Yeah, Professor Abdul Kader. Yeah. Yeah, are you in the link? Yeah. You have another 15 minutes. Can you join after 10 minutes or ready to join now? Please join the line. Join the line. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Professor Abdul Kader. Yes.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Very good.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. I'm good. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, shall we start the session?
Sure, no problem.
Please.
Once again, we have immense pleasure to welcome you all for this first plenary session of the International Conference on Emerging Business Trends in the Present Pandemic Era.
Nobody can go back and start a new beginning, but anyone start today and make a new ending. Now we request Mr. Dr.M.Selvam, PhD research scholar, to welcome everyone who present in person and who join in virtually.
A very good morning to one another gathered here under this joint this link. It is my great pleasure to deliver welcome address. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our resource person, Dr. Abdul Kader bin Wortman, Deputy Director and Associate Professor, Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Malaysia, who is going to deliver a lecture on the topic, how can emotional intelligence moderate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental and emotional stress of employees. This topic is chosen by him is very interesting. This topic would definitely help to understand the stress of employees in COVID-19 pandemic era. Sir, we are so happy to learn from your lecture. We heartily welcome you, sir, for this session. Next, I would like to welcome our Professor, Dr. S. Ayamle, retired Senior Professor of Economics, Bhadas University, Trichy, for attending this session. Welcome you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to our beloved Professor Dr. Dr.M.Selvam, Chair School of Business Studies, Professor in the Head Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bhadas University, for arranging this wonderful event for us. I welcome you, sir. I heartily welcome our participants from different institutes for participating this conference in successful manner. I welcome all the participants from different institutes. Next, I would like to welcome our faculty members and faculty members for this session. Now, last but not least, I would like to welcome our PhD research scholars, MPhil scholars, and also my friends. Once again, I welcome you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Albert Einstein said, intellectual growth commences at birth and ceases at death. This session would be an opportunity to gain such intellectual knowledge. Now we invite Dr. Abdul Kader bin Wortman, Deputy Director, Research and Innovation, Associate Professor, Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Malaysia, to give a lecture on How can emotional intelligence moderate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental and emotional stress of employees? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everybody. In Malaysia now, it is 2 p.m. 2 p.m. in afternoon. Yeah, it is about 2 hours and 30 minutes difference from India. Okay. Okay, let me share the slides for my presentation today. All right. The topic for today's presentation is on how can emotional intelligence moderate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental and emotional stress of employees. This topic is chosen because, as everybody knows, that during the pandemic, I believe that most of us has been affected by the pandemic, more or less. We have been affected. So this is an important topic so that we can see its impact and also how to manage the impact in terms of the strategies that can be used to reduce the impact on our emotion, on our emotional and also mental stress. Okay, this is the chronology of the spread of COVID-19. It started in 2019 when the virus has spread from Wuhan, China to to every country, every city in the world. After that, in Malaysia, for example, in 2020, the government, due to the fast spread of the virus, had introduced the MCO, Management Control Order. So every month had to be in their at home. We cannot move out. We couldn't go to the office and so on. We had to stay at home. After that, after some time, then the government had to introduce another management control order. It is known as extended management control order. The purpose is still the same, to curb the fast spread of the virus. After that, after we received the vaccination from various countries, from UK, from India, and from other parts of the world, the government started to make it compulsory for all the Malaysian citizens to get vaccination and also booster in 2020. And now, this year, we started to have a normal life where we can go to the office, work as normal, and we can go to school, we can go to other places that we want with minimum restriction. The only thing is that we need to follow the strict SOP, standard operating procedure, when we go to public places. Recently, the government has opened up the borders where foreigners can come to our country, and we can go to foreign countries without much restriction as compared to the previous years. Okay, let's see the impact of COVID-19. Some of the effect of the COVID-19. Some people have lost the job. Until now, not many jobs are available in the job market. They are suffering because of this one, losing job, losing income. This is very sad news. Most, I believe, a lot of people have been affected by this one, losing income, losing job, losing family members, losing lives because they have to use whatever they have saved their life saving to finance their requirements to buy foods and so on. Yeah, pressure to meet life demands. Pressure to meet life demand because as we know that now schools and also universities have imposed online learning where we need to have of course computers, laptops with internet connection, with a good camera and also sound system. Yeah, some people cannot afford to buy the equipment to continue with the online learning. I went to one place in Malaysia, Kelantan. I went there end of last year, and asked some people over there about the impact of COVID, the requirement for schooling, and some of them did not attend school because they couldn't afford to buy the equipment necessary for attending online learning. That is one of the issues faced by the community with regard to online learning, especially online learning. Not only online learning, there are other issues that that people have to deal with during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is very sad because we can see that from the news, we can see that some people chose suicide as a way out. This is very sad news because they cannot cope, they cannot continue their life because of the pressure is unbearable. That is the problem. Some others became criminal to meet their end needs, to make sure that they can get something to buy food and so on. Some just because of the pressure of life, they have to from good people to be criminal. Very sad things, very sad news. Okay, what is emotional and mental stress or mental and emotional stress? Mental stress symptoms, we look at the symptoms, then we can see the definition of mental and also emotional stress. Mental stress symptoms often cover the psychological effects of anxiety or stress on the person who suffers. The symptoms are, among the symptoms, poor judgment, anxiety, confusion, indecisiveness, and memory problems. That is mental stress. These are all the symptoms for mental stress. So we can see that those who experience mental stress, they sometimes forget everything, forget something. That is the symptom of mental stress. When we talk with to them, they cannot concentrate on what we are talking about. That is the symptom of those having mental stress. How about emotional stress? Emotional stress is the one that affects the human emotion or relationship related issues. The symptoms, among the symptoms, restlessness, irritability, moodiness, agitation, the feeling of loneliness, and finally depression, which can actually result in physical health problems. These are all the symptoms of emotional stress. Basically, it is related to establishing relationship with others. Yes, it is related to issues with regard to relationship, our relationship with others. When we are having emotional stress, normally people will shy out because they don't want to get acquainted with us because of the symptoms that we have. The symptoms of we have, for example, moodiness. I believe that no one is going to be friend to those who have these symptoms. Okay. Then we move to the causes of mental and emotional stress. I just get it from website, internet, some of the factors that will lead to the mental and emotional stress. The first factor is related to the common factor, which is related to the primal threat response, or fight or flight. Fight or flight. If the event is happening around us, then whether we are able to fight the event, or we just leave it, we just move on with our own life. That is the way we should look at certain event. So those who can fight the event and successful, then basically these persons will be able to avoid from having mental and emotional stress. Those who are unable to fight the situation will experience mental and emotional stress. This is the first factor with regard to fight or flight. The second factor is about fear of social exclusion. Fear of social exclusion. Let's say the person has lost his job. People they feel that because of he is now unemployed, people will not going to include him or her in the group, in the community. Then because of it, the person will feel mental and emotional stress because of fear of social exclusion. Another factor, shame as an attempt to prevent social exclusion. Shame as an attempt to prevent social exclusion. Similar to the second factor, it is the second factor is about fear of social exclusion. The third factor is about shame as an attempt to prevent because of the feeling, because of the it's about the feeling, the emotion that the person has. Then most probably the way out is to move away from the group. Shame. Let's say in a situation where you're in a group of people in our society, everybody has his or her own job, permanent job, but we the one that has not we don't have the permanent because we are losing the job. We have lost, we have been terminated from our current position. So of course we might feel shame when we join the group. Then as a result, we feel mental and emotional stress. And the fourth factor is trauma. Trauma is about the feeling, the emotion that we have based on the past event, the past negative events. That is trauma. We don't want to remember the event. If let's say we remember, even if it's something bad about us and about the situation, then normally we cannot avoid from recalling the event. Then this situation will lead to mental and emotional stress. That is trauma. When we go to certain place, and the place that has led to the accident, the past accident, for example, we automatically remember the event, the previous event. Then this will cause mental and emotional stress, trauma. And the last factor is attachment status. Let's say we have been downgraded from one position to another position. When we think about it, of course, it will affect our mental and emotional stress, attachment status. So all these can be, all these factors appear or occur during the pandemic 19. Fight or flight situations, social exclusion, shame, trauma, attachment status, all these actually are in existence due to COVID-19. So what is emotional intelligence? This is one of the ways to reduce. I don't say that it can totally remove the effect of COVID-19, but at least it can be used to moderate or to reduce the impact of all the factors that we have discussed previously with the phenomenon of interest, which is a mental and emotional stress. Okay, emotional intelligence is the ability to perceive, to use, to understand, to manage, and handle emotions. This is the most popular definition given by prominent authors, Salovey, Wong and Law. Okay, what else? Those with high EI can recognize their own emotion. Those with high emotional intelligence can recognize their own emotion. That is important thing. We need to be aware of our own emotion before we can proceed with other activities in managing the emotion and use the emotion to achieve the outcome of our action. The first thing that we need to do is to recognize our emotion, whether we feel good with ourselves, whether we feel bad of ourselves. We need to be aware of our own emotion. And also emotion of others. We need to also recognize the emotion of others before we can deal with others, before we can establish good connection, good relationship with others, and use emotion information to guide thinking and behavior, discern between different feelings and label them appropriately, and adjust emotion to adapt to various environments. These are some of the strategies that can be used by those who have high emotional intelligence level. That's why we need to learn about emotional intelligence. At least we can recognize our own emotion and others, so that we can do something about it to improve the level of understanding. And from there, maybe we can improve our productivity by adjusting negative emotions that we have with the KPIs imposed by the organization. Okay, so some of the studies have determined the impact or the effect of EI on various activities or various attitude. The first thing is about attitude, increases self-esteem. Increases our self-esteem. EI can increase our self-esteem. That is a good thing about having high emotional intelligence. Increases our self. Those with high emotional intelligence can feel proud of his or her achievement, and the feeling might motivate the person to achieve more. That is a good thing about EI. The second thing is improves job performance. Similar to increase job self-esteem, it also can improve job performance. Those with high emotional intelligence basically will have positive emotion. Then the positive emotion will drive the person to achieve more, to make sure that the output from his actions can be actually attributed to the KPIs assigned to the person. Okay, next one, perceived as effective leadership. For leaders actually need EI so that they can manage the subordinates well. The subordinates will perceive that these leaders are very good because the leaders know about the emotion. The leaders know about the needs and requirements. The leaders will provide all the requirements to make sure that the subordinates can perform their job effectively. That's why among the leaders, a lot of studies have looked into the effect of emotional intelligence on leadership. A lot of studies I can see, because this actually was my topic when I did my PhD. Emotional intelligence, the effect of emotional intelligence on the performance of frontliners. Okay, then we move to the the next effect of EI improves the relationship with others. EI, the good thing about those of having a high level of emotional intelligence is that it can improve our relationship with others. In order to achieve high performance, we cannot forget the contribution of others. We need to establish good connection with others. Just a few weeks ago, I told my colleague at the faculty in Puncak Alam, because he said that the faculty will give a letter of appreciation to the leader only of the group, research group. And I said, please don't forget the contribution of the members of the group, because without the members of the group, I believe that the research cannot be done successfully. Then, if let's say you want to appreciate the group, the leaders of the group, then everyone in the group must be appreciated. Yeah, that is the way one of the ways to establish relationship with others. We need to, of course, to appreciate the contribution of each member in the group. We need also to recognize the contribution, the expertise of the members of the group, by recognizing their expertise, their contribution, their involvement, their participation, and they feel proud to be associated with the group. All right, next one is on reduction of work or personal stress. By having AI, we can manage stress. We can manage our work. Although the person has a lot of work to do, a lot of other life activities that he has to do, by having AI, he or she can manage all these work demands, work and personal demands effectively. And then, of course, the last one is better health and well-being. Better health and well-being. Those with high AI will do all the necessary things to avoid from having health problems. For example, the person will make sure that he has allocated time to do some physical exercise, because whatever we do in our routine daily lives, we don't forget to do exercises, because it will help us to avoid from having a physical problem, health problem. Okay, AI can be if we look at the model and also theories of AI can be divided into a few. I just highlighted the three types of emotional intelligence model. The first model is trait model, which is looking actually at the individual trait. The model, the AI itself is looked as the traits, not as the ability, but also the trait. But the traits model that's been proposed by Petrites 2001. The second model is ability model, which has been proposed by Salovey and Mayer in 2004. And another one is mixed model, which has been popularized by Goldman in 1998. When I want to embark, the first time I want to embark on EI, the first book that I read is on mixed model, Goldman, 1998. From there, then I think that this topic is very good to be further explored, and for this reason, I chose this topic to be my PhD topic in year 2006 when I did my PhD. 2006. Okay, here we look at the ability model. Some of the dimensions of ability model. By looking at these dimensions, we can understand better the requirement, the dimensions, what the AI ability model can do. The first thing is perceiving emotion. The first dimension of ability model, AI ability model, is perceiving emotions. It is the ability to detect and decipher emotion in faces, pictures, voices, and cultural artifacts. Those with this ability can determine the feeling, the level of emotions, the types of feelings that the person has from facial expression, from voices, the tone of voices, and the speed, the pace of voices, and also some other aspects of life. Then we can see, we can say that the person is in a happy or negative mood. That is perceiving emotion. The second one is understanding emotions, the ability to comprehend emotional language and to appreciate complicated relationship among emotions. Understanding emotion. After we perceive the emotion, we know there is an emotion, emotional reaction, emotional state, a certain emotional state, the existence of certain emotional states. Then the next step is to understand the emotions. And, understand emotion. It is about how to describe the emotion that the person has. Whether the person has having deep emotion, negative emotion, or the person is having extreme positive emotion from the experience, from maybe from the expression, from the way the person talks, so we can determine the level of emotion that the person has. Okay, next one is managing emotion. After understanding emotion, then we need to manage emotion. The ability to regulate emotion in both ourselves and others. Managing emotions. Yeah, of course, it is quite difficult to manage emotion because there are a lot of techniques. Then the techniques need to be practiced from time to time to master them before we can successfully use this ability to manage emotion. Ability to regulate emotion in both ourselves and in others. You can see some people, although they are in difficult situation, but still they can smile, they can laugh, they can say positive things to us because they can manage their emotion very well. Yeah. So it requires practice, long time practice before we can master the strategies to manage emotion. And the fourth dimension of ability model is use emotion. We need, after we manage the emotion, we need to use the emotion, especially to achieve the outcome, the life outcome or objectives, the life's objectives. If let's say we relate it to our work life, then the way we use emotion can facilitate our achievement of KPIs in the office. Because of what? Because the ability of to harness using emotion, the ability to harness emotion to facilitate various cognitive activities such as thinking and problem solving. Without having to use the emotion, of course, we cannot think properly. We cannot. Those who cannot manage the emotion cannot think, cannot reduce the intensity of certain emotion, cannot think properly. Yeah, the person who is very happy cannot think properly because the decision that he or she makes will be biased to certain aspect. If let's say he is happy, and the decision will be favorable decision. Yeah, the person is not happy, then most probably the decision made will be bad decision. For example, during viva voce for students, sometimes it is a pity for the student, those who get the examiners who are in bad mood, bad emotions, and the student will suffer because the minimum that the student will get maybe three major correction, a major correction because of the emotions, bad emotion, negative emotion that the examiners had during the viva voce session. Yeah. All right, then we move to mixed model. Mixed model. So, what are the dimensions of mixed model of EI? For the mixed model, we can from Goldman's model. There are 5 dimensions of EI. The first one is self-awareness. Self-awareness is about the ability to know one's emotions, the strengths, the weaknesses, the drives, the values, and the goals, and recognize their impact on others. Similar to the first concept of ability model, recognizing the emotion. Using mixed model, it is also about self-awareness. We need to know our own emotion, our strength, our weaknesses. Yeah, some people are just blind about their own emotion, about their own strengths and weaknesses. They don't know their strengths and weaknesses. So this person can be said as having low self-awareness. We need, from time to time, we need to understand ourselves. We need to understand others' ability as well, so that we can work together with others. We can form a good team to achieve certain objective in the organization. All right, that is self-awareness. The second one is self-regulation. Self-regulation involves controlling or redirecting one's destructive emotions and impulses and adapting to changing circumstances. Self-regulation. Self-regulation is actually the way we manage our own emotion, so that the emotion will not interfere with our daily activities, our behaviors. We can proceed with our routine activities without having to succumb to the negative emotions that we have. That's self-regulation. And the second dimension is social skills. Social skills. It is required because from the definition, from the earlier slides that I've presented to you, that mental and emotional stress, actually mental emotional stress is related to relationship. By having social skills, we can manage the relationship well and to get along with others very well. Social skills is also one of the component, one of the dimension of mixed model. Managing relationship, after we know our own emotion, after we can manage our own emotion and others, we know the emotion of others, then we can manage the relationship with others. We can, let's say the person is having negative emotion, we can try our best to comfort the person, to reduce the feeling of the intensity of the feeling, the negative feeling the person has. That is social skills. Or when we want to, let's say, establish, we start to want to establish relationship, know how to deal with the person, how to tackle the person, by having social skills. Those with social skill are able to establish strong connection with the other person. People, when see the person, maybe they feel happy to be friend with the person with high emotional intelligence, especially social skills. Okay, next, the fourth dimension is empathy. Empathy, which is considering other people's feelings, especially when making decisions. It is empathy, putting ourselves in others' situations. We need to feel the person's situation before we can empathize with the person. We can be. It is actually different from sympathy. Empathy and sympathy is just to show that we feel sorry for the person. But this one is we feel the situation. We personally feel the situation that our friends feel. For example, that is empathy, considering other people's feelings, especially when making a decision. leaders, for example, to make a good decision, they need to have this ability to be empathize with others. Yeah. They cannot just focus on his or her needs. The leader must be more or less understanding with the other subordinates position, subordinates conditions before making decision. And the last one is motivation. The last one is similar to the concept of using emotion to achieve KPIs, to achieve productivity, high productivity. This one is on motivation. Looking at the mixed model, it is about motivation, being aware of what motivates them before we can move forward to achieve whatever we need to do in the office. To achieve in the office, we need to know what motivates us. What motivates us. Let's say we need to have some freedom so that we can focus on our work. So in this case, for example, writers cannot, the work is not confined to the working environment. The writers need to be out of the office, maybe at the remote location, having a nice environment to think of something before he or she can write. It is similar to certain people. If let's say we are in the office, we cannot get the ideas to flow well. So we need to take a rest, be in outside the city, for example, for a while before we can re-energize ourselves to achieve the objectives set by the boss, for example. That's the way motivates us. We need to know what motivates us. Similar to others as leaders, for example, as the leaders, we need to know factors that will motivate our subordinates, our staff. Let's say our staff will look at look at the monetary reward as the motivation factor. So the company, the department must provide the incentive for certain activities, for certain work to be done, so that the subordinate will be motivated. Okay. Some of the strategies that can be used to develop emotional intelligence in ourselves. The first strategy is, of course, we need to be mindful of our strength, our weaknesses, values, and opportunities. We need to know about our strength. Without this knowledge of our strength, of ourselves and our friends, of course, we cannot move forward. We can still continue with our routine life, but we cannot go further. We need to have this knowledge of ourselves so that we can take necessary actions to overcome the weaknesses that we have. This is the first strategy to develop high EI in ourselves. The second one is understand causes and consequences of our emotions. Understand the causes and consequences of our emotion. Let's say we feel bad during the day because of what? Because of certain event. So we need to remember the connection between the feeling and also the event. So in future, we can control ourselves not to have this kind of feeling by avoiding the event. We need to know the consequences and also the causes of certain emotions. Then reframe your perception of self-management. Reframe your perception. For example, looking at a glass of water, full, half full or half empty. Half empty glass of water. If let's say you look at it from the positive way, the glass is half full. The glass is half full. So in this case, we need to have positive self-image. Positive self-image. Of course, sometimes we need to consider the negative perception, the negative views of ourselves, because we need to improve ourselves. But most of the time, to motivate us, we need to think positively about ourselves. That's why we need to reframe our perceptions of self-management. Take time before you react. People sometimes make a bad decision because of this. They react immediately or very too fast to certain actions, to certain situation. We should supposed to think twice before we make a decision, before we do something, before we react to certain activities, certain event. We need to think, to take time to think of the event, get the information, analyze the information, and try to come up with a few alternative solutions before we can choose the best solution to solve the problem. We need to take time before we act. And the fifth one is become aware of what triggers your emotion, similar to understanding causes and consequences. We need to be aware. We need to be we need to know about the factors that contribute to our emotion. Yeah. Okay, next, listen attentively. We need to listen to feedback, input from others. Sometimes we are ignorant of our own emotion, our own feeling, our own strength, and also weaknesses. We need to listen to others. Some people can provide better information, better valuable information to us so that we can act on it. We can improve ourselves based on the information we obtain from others. I remember at one time, one person said to me that my position at previously I worked at a factory. He said to me, "This is not your right job. You need to move out and look for a better job." I listened to him. Dia kata, he said to me, "You need to explore yourself, to know your strength. You need to know your strength. From there, you exploit your strength. You exploit your strength. This is not the right job for you. Explore your strength and find a job that relate to your strength." This is the advice given my friend when I work at a factory 10, 20 more years ago. Listen attentively. Okay, then the next strategy is to observe cues. For example, body language. To understand others, of course, we need to look at the cues, hints, the symptoms, the signs shown by maybe body language, facial expression, the statement uttered by the person, and other signs or symptoms that can be used to understand the feelings experienced by others. Observe cues from others. Recognize and appreciate your positive emotion. When we have the positive emotion, we need to recognize it. We need to do something to react on the positive emotion. This is a sign that when we do something, when we have the positive emotion, and I believe that whatever we do, we will have positive outcome when we have positive emotion. But when we have negative emotion and we do something during this feeling, the experience of this feeling, and the outcome is not going to be favorable. That's why we need to understand our emotion and manage our emotions so that we can have the desired emotional state before we focus on doing our job to achieve the objective. Okay, then we need to be open and take interest. We need to be open to feedback, and some people they are very close-minded, organized, systematic. They don't want to get feedback from others, input from others. And when people provide feedback and they just listen, and at the end of the day, and none of our input will be considered in his decision making, for example. This is very dangerous because in the office. Yeah, what I explained just now is my experience when dealing with others, when dealing with higher level position people in the organization. They just don't listen to us. Yeah. As if they said that we are implementing open door policy. We are practicing open door policy. But still, it is just what you call to show off, to show something to the people that they are actually practicing. They are practicing open door policy. And in reality, it is not. It is otherwise. Okay, the last strategy, the last but not least, improve your communication style. We need to, from time to time, improve our communication style to suit with the certain emotional states. When we see a person is in bad emotion, so we cannot show maybe a positive, happy-go-lucky type of communication style. So we need to adjust our communication style with the feeling, with the emotion that the recipient has at the time of communication, so that the communication will be more effective. And now we have reached the end of the presentation. As a conclusion, we can say that EI is able to reduce the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the person's mental and emotional stress. And those with high emotional intelligence ability or a mixed model can be mindful of their strengths and weaknesses and take necessary actions to improve. And maybe the last point is that they'll be more resilient towards life challenges and ready for more challenges. Hopefully, in order to continue with our life, we need to have at least high emotional intelligence to control, to manage all the challenges in life. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable lecture. Now let's
Thank you, sir. Please wait. Be on the line.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
I am Pillai, student of economics. I would like to have some idea about this emotional intelligence. We have one subject called emotionomics. Emotionomics is becoming popular now.
Yeah.
The emotions of the people influence the economic policies of the countries. And similarly, economic policies of the countries influence the emotions of the people.
Yeah.
They are interrelated.
Correct.
And you have explained how can emotional intelligence moderate the impact of COVID on etc. But my question is, how can you improve the emotional intelligence? Is there any role by the government? For example, as you said, due to COVID-19, many people lost life, wife, so many things. Lost job, no? When you lose income, means mostly wives or husbands will go away. So the emotional balance has to be maintained. But what is the role of the government in improving the emotional intelligence? Because I think in giving some support. For example, in India, about 10 lakhs of the migrants moved away from the working place. So imagine how much loss of job, income, stress, so many things. Now, if the government keeps quiet, how can we improve the emotional intelligence? Don't you think that government has got strong support to help the people? Because ultimately government has been elected by the people. So when there is problem for the people, government should come forward to help them to improve the emotional intelligence. What is the experience in my country, in India? Not only me, many people they are not satisfied with the government role. No, I don't want to explain. In terms of fiscal policy, great economists of this country and other countries also stated that government must improve spending on public projects so that the people who lost job will get job. But unfortunately in India, government started giving only loans and credit to the people, not direct support to the job losers. So the emotional intelligence was very poor in India. Already India is poor because about 50% of the people are poor in India. Poverty is the maximum in Asian countries in India. The largest people, poor people are living in India. I don't have to explain. The whole world, largest poor people are living in India. So their emotional intelligence will be very low. So even small problem can affect their emotional intelligence. So in such a place, I feel government has got greater role to play. This is my feeling. What you feel? What is your experience in your country? Can I expect some?
All right, sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. It's a good question, good explanation of the government's role. I think the situation is also similar in our country, in Malaysia, where the government does not focus on creating more jobs. They just spend money to give loans, to give some money for people to just keep the mouth of the people. They don't create more jobs for the people. That's the problem. Then the situation will become, from time to time, become worse. I think it is not become better. It will become worse because to solve the poverty problem, of course, we want to create more jobs for people. And from this situation, people will be, of course, when they have job, they have income, they'll be happier to continue with their life. So as you said earlier, that emotion, of course, will contribute to the economic situation, and the economy will also contribute to the emotion of people. I totally agree with you that when people are happy, of course, they can work harder to achieve the economic requirement to contribute to the economic situation of the country. And also the economic situation of the country can also contribute to the emotion of people. People are getting more income, and they are happy. And when they have more income, they are happy. They can get whatever they want in their life. So here, I strongly believe that the government should play an active role in creating more jobs. They need to spend the money, not to just give incentive, just to help people by giving some money to each family, to each individual people, because you just give the money will be spent. Everything you will spend the money, and at the end of this, still you need some more money to continue with your life. So the best thing to do is to create more jobs, regardless whether the job is, in this situation, we don't think that we're going to choose jobs. Whatever jobs available for us to continue with our life, and I believe that people will just grasp the opportunity to work. The government department, the agencies, the semi-government agencies need to play their role in creating more jobs. I believe in this situation. For example, my students, a lot of my students during the pandemic, they cannot go to the class. But they spend their time to involve in sending food, sending things to others, sending to their neighborhood friends and so on. They work with Grab food, Grab taxis and so on. And of course, during the online class, I asked my student to open the camera. He said to me, "Cannot, sir, because I'm now sending food to others. I'm working with Grab. I cannot participate in class." And that is the response from my student. I think that is my response from the question from sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Again,
I would like. Sir, you have time, sir? First, let me find out. If you have time, I can ask some more questions also.
Sure, no problem, sure.
Okay, no problem, no?
No problem.
I would like to cite some examples. I think you would be knowing. Perhaps it is for the interest of my students. Students sitting here. I would like to recollect the experience of the world during 1929, 1939. You may be knowing during the Great Depression, when the share market crashed in 1929, and there were problems almost similar to this. At that time, John Maynard Keynes, who is called the father of modern economics, the Keynesian policy was to create more jobs, as you said. During Great Depression, we all know that people lost a job. There were lots of production, but they could not sell. Plus poor income. So similar situation existed in 1939. Interwar period. It's called interwar period. That time we had mind and intelligence to solve the problem. We came out after Second World War. We came out of the Great Depression. So we already learned a lesson that whenever there is problem of losing job, government has to come forward to create job, and that is the only right way. That we have already learned in 1930s. But why even today we are not able to do that? So about 100 years back we were intelligent. 100 years back we were very intelligent. Today, as you stated in your country, and I can say many African countries also, the government has utterly failed in creating jobs. But are they not able to understand from the history, or they don't want to understand from history? Are they not able to understand from history, or they don't want to understand from history? Because I am asking, is there any impact of IMF fund bank policies? Even for Sri Lankan crisis, people write, it is the fund bank policy which created problem in Sri Lanka. Fund means International Monetary Fund, World Bank. Their structural adjustment program which does not permit the government to spend more. They restrict the fiscal deficit to 3%. They don't want to spend the money for poor people. They don't want to give subsidy for the poor people, like electricity subsidy, food subsidy, health subsidy, education subsidy. These are the big problems of the IMF World Bank policies. Those policies do not allow the underdeveloped countries to spend more money for the poor people. They call it is inutility or it is populism. They define so many words to cut down the expenditure of the government for health and education. In India, it is happening. Already there are surveys which state that people spend more money on their health. Government spending on the health of the people has come down. In India, public expenditure on health has come down. Public expenditure on education has come down. So health and education of people are spending more money. It is very evident. Everybody is now spending more money on health and education. It is private money. So the government has withdrawn from this space. Government is gradually withdrawing, spending money more for the education and health. They say if we spend more money, the fiscal deficit will increase. It will go more than 3%. We have Fiscal Management Act. According to that act, we are government, elected governments do not have power to spend more money because they are restricted. According to Fund and Bank, World Bank and IMF and World Bank, they said that these countries should not spend more than 3% of the fiscal deficit. So governments are forced, even the government is interested, governments are forced to cut down the expenditure on poor people. So I think that is the reason why government is not able to spend and create jobs. If that continues, how long this policy will be helpful for the poor countries? Because India is one of the poor countries. There are many African countries. Almost all the African countries are poor. If the government, the elected government, people's government, is restricted or controlled by the external agencies, because of course they are giving fund. Even in Sri Lanka they have given funds. So when they give funds, they give lot of conditionalities. The conditionalities are not suitable for the poor people, and with these conditionalities, the poor countries are forced to undergo the economic depression, recession. These conditionalities of IMF and World Bank only make the countries to experience more and more problems, and that is how countries like Sri Lanka and even Asian countries, 1997 Asian countries including Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, Indonesia, all these Asian countries had big problems. Now, my thing is, are we not able to learn from the history, or the IMF World Bank does not allow the people to learn from the history, or are we incapable of understanding the history? This is my question. Are we not capable of understanding the history, or because history is not popular in India also? I think majority of the economic teachers may not know what happened in 1930s. Even economic teachers may not know what happened in 1930s. So we have very poor knowledge about the history. So is it that poor knowledge which does not allow them to learn from the history, or we don't want to learn from the history, or these international agencies like IMF, World Bank do not allow us to learn history? In Tamil Nadu, history subjects are closed with the intention that students should not learn history. And because I think we have Indian Council of Historical Research. Whenever new government comes, they immediately change the director of the ICHR, not ICSSR, not ICAR. We have Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Management Research, Medical Research, so many research. But whenever new government comes, they immediately change the director of Indian Council of Historical Research. Governments do not want the people to learn from the history. This is my understanding. I may be wrong. Kindly correct me to your experience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I totally agree with you. Actually, the government should spend money to the poor people so that the poor people can continue with their life, creating jobs. If just if let's say we want the government wants to create more jobs, then by the jobs can actually be created by the entrepreneurs. We want to make the citizens become entrepreneurs. So when there are a lot of companies, small companies, we need people to spend so that the companies can grow. And when the company grows, then the company can hire more people to work. The economy situation actually works as a cycle. From one aspect to another aspect, it is a effectuate process. It is an effectuate process. That's why we cannot say that the government should help people who stop. No, the process actually is connected from one aspect to another aspect. The government spends some money to help the poor, and the poor will have the ability to spend and to help the company, the new developed company, the new created company. The company can grow and hire some people to work for the company, and it goes on and on. Goes on and on to contribute to the economic situation, economic improvement. And I agree with you, Prof, that if, let's say, the government stop the spending, of course, it will affect the economy. People will get poorer, and the economic condition will be much worse in any company, in any situation, in any country. And the economy actually is not my forte. It is not my expertise. My expertise is more on management, customer service management, marketing. But still, I can say something about it, about the economy, because in our economy, our education system, during the degree, diploma, everybody must learn economic, microeconomic, macroeconomic, Malaysian economy, at least three courses in economy. So I agree with you, totally agree with you. Yeah, I cannot say much because it is not my forte, it is not my expertise. I'm afraid that I might give wrong idea about the economy. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, Professor, you have delivered very useful lecture. So as you pointed out in your lecture, it is not possible, my perception, by the government to solve all the emotional intelligence problem or the social problem of the individual or individual family. And any individual should be capable of managing the emotional intelligence. And they should be capable of using the emotional intelligence positively. And in your lectures, you rightly pointed out the social skill. So here, maybe higher education rate is very high. So educated, number of educateds are very high. So how many people are capable of using the social skills? Even if you take our MBA student, first year student are not talking to second year student, or second year student are not coordinating with the first year student. Of course. So this shows what they don't have the social skill of adjusting or coordinating or being a team. Similarly, you have pointed out a very relevant other aspect. And in addition to the efforts put forth by the government, as Professor IMLA pointed out, and we the individuals should also develop our emotional intelligence or skills. Then only the whole problem can be solved. Even in advanced countries like US, where there is a lot of opportunity for employment, such problems are there. Many other related to problems are there. Therefore, individuals should also contribute or develop the skills. So this was my comment on this issue, particular issue. Thank you. Thank you. So any other colleagues? Anybody can say your views?
Knowledge is power. Knowledge shared is multiplied. Let us acknowledge that knowledge shared. Now we invite Mr. V. Tanikatana, PhD research scholar, to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all conversing here on this international conference. Better than 1,000 days of diligent studies is one day with a great teacher. I am on cloud 9 with this opportunity of proposing vote of thanks. In fact, it is a Herculean task for me to find the words to express my thanks to Dr. Abdul Qadir bin Othman, Deputy Director, Research and Innovation, Associate Professor, Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Since you have imparted and inculcated a huge information on emotional intelligence, moderating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the emotional and mental stress of employees. As you are aware, we are grappling with this contagion which has left us in grief and rapidly affected the day-to-day life of ours and businesses, disrupted world trade and movements. But your discourse on the above concern has steered us to overcome the stress and beefed up our mental health. On behalf of our Department of Commerce and Financial Studies and the participants, I express our cordial thanks to you for your noble lecture at this grand occasion. And my special thanks to the participants and organizers for this. Thank you, sir. And also, I express my sincere thanks to the students, research scholars, and our beloved faculty members, especially our head of the department, for arranging this wonderful event for the betterment of our students and research communities. Thank you, and all gathered here.
Let us have a lunch break for about 45 minutes. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 45 minutes. The online participants are requested to log in the same link 45 minutes.
145.
Let us, I will repeat it. Let us have a lunch break for about 1:45. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 1:45. The online participants are requested logging the same link
That's 145.
at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Okay, okay, have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Abdul Qadir sir.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
glad.
Okay,
It was
bye.
very useful. Yeah.
Yes, Professor Natarajan. Please unmute yourself. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Professor Geeta. Okay, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. How was the morning session? Went on well? Huh?
Yeah, it went on well.
Very good.
You joined the notice.
Yeah, just the inauguration. Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back to the second plenary session of this international conference on emerging business trends in the present pandemic era, sponsored by Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education, organized by Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, School of Business Studies, Bardhasan University, in association with Institute of Business Excellence, University Technology Malaysia, in commemoration with India's 75th independence year.
To improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. Now we request Mrs. C. Bhuneshwari, PhD research scholar, to offer welcome address.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. First of all, I foremost welcome to our resource person, Professor Dr. B. Natarajan, Professor Department of Commerce, Pondicherry University, who delivers special lecture on startup ecosystem in India, financing perspective. Welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our beloved Professor Dr.M.Selvam, Head Dean, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bardhasan University, Tiruchirappalli. Welcome you, sir. Next, I would welcome to retired Professor IFLI, sir, Economics Department. Welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome to our department faculty members, guest faculty members, PhD scholars, MBA first year and second year students, other department faculty members. Welcome to all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom. Sharing it is the first step to humanity. Now we invite Dr. P. Natarajan, Professor, Department of Commerce, Pondicherry University, to deliver a special lecture virtually on startup ecosystem in India, financing perspective.
Okay, good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Indeed, it gives me a great pleasure to take part in this international conference on emerging business trends in the present pandemic era. So, first of all, I congratulate the organizing team under the headship of stewardship of Dr.M.Selvam, the conference director, faculty members, faculty colleagues working in the Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, Bardhasan University, and my dear good friends. So it gives me really immense pleasure to take part in this international conference and deliver some of my insights on the topic startup ecosystem. Before that, just in the morning session, I entered into the inauguration to see the commencement of the program. And indeed, I extend my hearty congratulations to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. M.Selvam, again, who is my friend, who is a friend of mine, and I worked with him more than 18 years in Alagappa University, Karaikudi. Really, it gives me. He in turn also prompted the Dr. M.Selvam, the HOD, Department of Commerce and Financial Studies, to initiate a lot of program. And Dr. Selvam, the head, the conference director, is known for his activities in conducting academic programs as well as the publication. And rather than an academician or a professor, he is well known as a journalist. So he is running the journal for nearly two decades consistently, come what may. So I extend my kudos to Dr. M.Selvam, the conference director, for organizing the conference in a periodical way. And right now, the present theme of the conference is also really noteworthy, and the emerging business trends is really a wide spectrum, and a lot of very many dimensions are there. They have selected 4 resource person and asked them to give a talk on 4 different themes. Of course, there are many to be discussed also. But anyhow, it is an initiative. It is an initiative, and it will create a spark in the minds of the audience who are attending the conference, especially the delegates and the research scholars, which gives them a lot of opportunity to do research in a contemporary area, research issues. Rather than going for a conventional research topic, it is better to get into a lot of contemporary research issues once when you are attending the conference like this. So in that way, the conference is really unique, and it is of first of its kind after pandemic, post-pandemic initiative. And he is mentioning present pandemic era. So I visualize that the present pandemic era has already started in the form of new normal. We are getting to new normal, and the economy is also getting regenerated slowly, and definitely we are able to thrive and survive. So once after thriving and surviving, we have to start our work thinking for developing, the growing. Then after ensuring growth, we will be able to get into development. This is how this post-pandemic activities have to be initiated in all sectors of the economy, including the education sector, especially the higher education institution like Bharatdasan University. They are taking it up as a pioneering effort in the form of conducting this international conference on emerging trends in the present pandemic era. So anyhow, the last 2 years we have come across a lot of doldrum, and the COVID-19 has created a big havoc. At the same time, it has given it has given a lot of lessons also to all of us. I do not know how you are going to how you are perceiving it. So this pandemic situation, COVID pandemic, has given a lot of lessons, realizations. I can call it as revelations to the to everyone. I can say individuals, institutions, companies, government. No, everyone could learn a lot. Because virtually, we are seeing a kind of uncertainty only during the pandemic period only. We spoke about uncertainty, but it happens once in a while. In 2008 and 9, you might have come across a kind of big financial crisis, which has happened in US, which has shaken the whole world. And thereby it becomes a global financial meltdown. And that is also a big uncertainty. That mostly it is man-made disaster. I used to call it as man-made disaster. Similarly, this pandemic, after nearly 10 to 12 years, this COVID-19 has created a big havoc, and in fact, it has stalled the economy from growing. No? So, but now India, when compared to other countries, we are able to have a sail. We are able to get into the turbulent situation and sailing very smoothly and coming into the new normal as we have expected. So normally in the case of uncertainty like this, we used to make an analysis called the scenario analysis. No? A base case scenario, worst case scenario, and the best case scenario. So when by means of doing this kind of scenario analysis, we are able to visualize that we can get into the new normal. Thereby, we could ensure the economic development in the expected manner in the years to come. So for which a lot of activities have to be geared up, and it needs a kind of sensitization, orientation in a focused manner. From that perspective, again, this international conference is giving given more significance and importance to this. So the changing business trends. And normally, in the normal changes taking place in the normal circumstances, it may not be visible. But during the uncertainties, when changes are taking place in uncertainties, it is visible, it is realizable, and it creates both plus and minuses. And as far as possible, when we are viewing it with all motivation, self-motivation, we may be able to overcome these struggles we underwent, and we can regenerate ourselves and then work for ensuring the economic growth of the country. Okay. So now, in the 4 different perspectives, the conference has been the plenary section lectures have been arranged. In the morning, Dr. Veera Pandian, he has given a talk on the supply chain and logistics, and the second lecture on emotional intelligence, and third one is of mine, startup ecosystem, and one more session is also there, do or die, the business survival in the pandemic era. So like that, this gives a kind of brief happenings in the pandemic situation and how we have to view it and set our perspective plan in the years to come. So thereby, within a short span of time, definitely we may be able to get into recovery. And once when we are getting into recovery in a full-fledged manner, as I said, we will be aiming for development, growth and development. We'll be aiming for development, growth and development. Already people are talking, countries across the world are talking about India. India is growing. India is growing in the midst of a lot of odds due to pandemic. Due to pandemic, India is growing. So this is how a kind of visualization is made across the globe, and that we have to stick on, and we have to work in a consolidated manner, and thereby we will be able to ensure the growth in an effective way. Right. So coming to the topic of my presentation, so startup ecosystem in India. Financing perspective. Thus, I would like to give you a prelude about it. So the pandemic, from my perception, in the post-pandemic era, so what is required for a country like India is promoting entrepreneurship altogether. Promoting entrepreneurship altogether in all possible ways are immensely essential for a country like India to grow in the expected manner. There is no other go. There is no other go. So we have to work for promoting entrepreneurship in all possible ways. So India is also going in the same direction. India is also going in the same direction. Last 10 to 15 years, really kind of entrepreneurial society is getting ignited. No, we are working for creating an entrepreneurialism or entrepreneurial society. So it needs a kind of generation normally, 10 to 20 to 30 years. When we work for that, definitely we will be able to make a big transformation in the economy, which in turn helps a lot to strengthen our economy in all possible ways. That way we may be able to withstand all challenges. So entrepreneurialism. So from the perspective of promoting entrepreneurialism, startups are highly inevitable. Startups are highly inevitable, and India has taken up very focused measures towards promoting the concept of startup. Thereby, we will be able to reap the benefit of democratic dividend. Democratic dividend of India. What's a democratic dividend? What's the democratic dividend? Democratic dividend of India. What's the democratic dividend? I just then and there I want to interact also with you. Screen is visible? Hello?
Yes, visible.
Visible. Okay. How to go about further? Because I want to see you also.
You can do one at a time.
Pardon? Huh? What is that?
You can do it one at a time.
Yeah. No. Parallelly we can make it as a portion also. So what I asked a question, no, about any answer from that from your side? Okay, so promoting entrepreneurship, promoting startup enterprises or the need of the, so thereby we will be able to reap the democratic dividend of India. So when comparing to other economies, especially emerging economies and other developed nations, younger population, the volume of younger population is very high in India. That has to be properly channelized. That's which needs promotion of entrepreneurship in them. The young entrepreneurship, promoting entrepreneurship among youth is very much essential. From that perspective, this startup initiatives are being taken up in a very consolidated manner, in a focused manner, and in line with that, to create a kind of ecosystem is also being created to promote the startup concept in a successful manner. Right. So my presentation goes like this. I would like to give you about what is startup and startup ecosystem, components of the startup ecosystem. And after telling the components of ecosystem, I would like to highlight about the financing side. what are the financing options available for startup enterprises, and what are the challenges involved in that, and how we can classify the startup system prevailing in India in the form of clusters. So there are 3 different grouping is there in the startup ecosystem, and that also I would like to explain to you. And at the end, we can come to a conclusion about how this startup can be promoted, for which I would like to tell you a kind of a small note about incubator also. Perhaps there may be some incubators in your institution, as an university itself, or else it will be helpful for your universities to set up an incubator, incubation center in an effective manner. Right. So what is a startup? How that the startup is a buzzword in the present day context among the youngsters, among the youth especially. So startup refers to a company in the first state of operations. Company in the first state of operations. So the startups are founded by one or more of more entrepreneurs who want to develop or produce or services for which they believe there is a demand. So when they have a tangible idea, innovative idea, and through which they can produce a product, process, or services, so they can take up even with zero funding also initially. So they may have only idea or plan, but they have willpower. They have basic entrepreneurial qualities. In such circumstances, we have to identify those people, young entrepreneurs, prospective entrepreneurs, and promote them in a perspective. Thereby, they will be able to bring innovations, which is the need of the hour for a country like India. So it needs basically a kind of entrepreneurial personality, so which in turn encompasses 3 things: skills, styles, and motives. Skills, styles, and motives. So it is these 3 are the combinations of the entrepreneurial personality. If at all we have to nurture the entrepreneurial personality among the people, definitely we have to impart skills, styles, and motives. And once when you do it in a right perspective, definitely, as I said, entrepreneurialism will take place, and which entrepreneur society will be a reality. So India is marching towards it, for which the startup is the route, or it's a tool through which the youngsters are motivated to take up a lot of innovating the enterprises, and for which a kind of system, environmental system has been designed so as to favor them. So from the income tax point of view, the startup can be a company or LLP engaged in a business which involves, normally a startup is a company or LLP, limited liability partnership, which involves innovation, development, deployment, and commercialization. So these are the 4 important components. Innovation. So definitely the person who are involved in startup activities, they have to have a kind of innovating mindset. The innovation in their mindset, and they have a novel idea, and then they know the way in which it can be magnified, it can be formulated. That's called development. So I can the form of a business plan, and then enter into startup. Be there for as in the incubator for 2-3 years, and they will exit and come out as a full-fledged enterprise. So this is the route with which we can an young individual can set up an enterprise as a startup, and slowly survive and be in the initial stages, work on thoroughly, and then make it as a viable unit for functioning independently. So thereby they can go for raising IPOs and be a full-fledged enterprise. So this is what is called startup. So there are 4 components: innovation, development, deployment, and commercialization. No, the know-how, what we have, it has to be converted into product or service. And after converting them into product or services, we have to do a pilot study, and then get into the commercial viability. After that, we can go for full scaling up, full level scaling. So when we do full level scaling, definitely that process is called commercialization, which in turn paves the way for reaping money out of it. So this is what is called a startup, and it is also defined by the income tax ruling, and accordingly the company or LLP who are engaged in business activities involves the 4 activity can be considered as startup. Okay. And Startup, why startups? What's the need? Why this buzzword is gaining momentum in the recent times? Normally, people are expecting the lot of jobs, new products and services are available. And the startups helps a lot to break. Yes?
PPT பண்றீங்களா?
I will put it. So that's the why to start up, why to go for startup. Number one, a lot of job opportunities. Number two, new products and services. Then number three, they break the molds. Fix the problem, and empower the individuals to build the future. That way, innovation comes into picture, and when we are the goal of innovate or perish will be coming into reality by means of promoting startup. That's why startup is very much essential. And coming to startup, the characteristics, now as I said earlier, focus on growth, number one, then more than 1%, then no more than 500 employees. Normally, when you are establishing a startup enterprise, we can engage employees up to 500. We can start to create a company or LLP and run it with a maximum of 500 employees. And we have to work with the technology. That is, technology is a prime component in the startup enterprise. And then innovative. And the idea what we are getting into through a startup must be an innovative one. So these are all some of the expected characteristics from a startup enterprise. So as young research scholars and the audience who are attending here, so you have to understand that the startup characteristics are focus on growth, more than 1% and not more than 500 employees. And then work with the technology and the innovation. These are all certain key characteristics. Because these are all certain prelude, so which may not be there in the slide, so that's why I'm just narrating. And then coming to the elements, as I said, the same characteristics can be given in the form of elements in the kind of startup, which can be compared with a kind of set diagram, set theory. I think all of you may be knowing set theory. In that Venn diagram you might have heard. In the form of Venn diagram, we can make a 3-cycle. We can make out 3 cycle and then compare, put the elements, place the elements in that, and understand what we have to do. So there are 7 elements I would like to highlight, and one is the digital, another one is scale value. So whenever we say startup, initially it is a small, and from small to large and mega can also be taken up. So scaling is the second important element, and then entrepreneurship. So without it's implied when you say startup, definitely entrepreneurship is very much required. Without entrepreneurial character and quality, no one will succeed or could succeed in their startup effort. And then create value. What for these efforts have to be taken up? It is mainly for the creating value. That intention we have to have. And then we have to introduce innovation in that, uniqueness in that. Innovation is the process of making a trivial change in existing. Thereby, when your idea or know-how is of innovative one, definitely people will be accepting it, and your product could be easily be viable, and technically feasible and economically viable. So just for example, in the case of in the concept of social entrepreneurship, I came across a word called tree doctors. Have you heard? Have you come across the word tree doctors? Tree doctors. They are coming up in the domain of social entrepreneurs. Tree doctors, few tree doctors are notable. Tree doctors are there, and even 6 months back, I met a person from Kerala, tree doctor who is nursing or carrying the tree, which is a well-grown tree, which gives a lot of benefits in an institution. They are nurturing it by means of properly identifying, diagnosing the ailments and giving it a curing. So thereby, so longevity could be ensured. So the hands of the people, the local society, they are calling him as a tree doctor. So like that, lot of new concepts are coming up in social entrepreneurship also. And why I am telling innovation. Innovation means making a trivial change in existing will amount to innovation. And then innovation may be in the form of a product innovation, process innovation, and then business model. Whatever be the startup, we would like to take up either fintech or a biotech, whatever be the startup and the area, startup domain. So their business model is there. Lot of emerging business models are coming up. And when we get into the nuances of those business models, really it's a very awesome. And with the least investment, we may be able to reap the maximum benefit. And then at the end, the very purpose of the startup is to capture value, capturing value, because we are marching towards value maximization. Especially business enterprises, they have to work for maximizing the value of not only the shareholders, value of stakeholders. So capturing value is the ultimate. So these are all called the 7 components in the startup, which we can which we have to introduce or which we have to consider while thinking of setting up of startup. Okay. So startup is a young company which could be an entrepreneurial venture of a new business, a partnership, or a temporary business organization designed to search for a repeatable and a scalable business model. Okay. Once when we have proven in the form of pilot effort, we can repeat it and we can go to a large scale also. What's called scalable business model. So this is what is called startup. And this startup needs, as I said earlier, it has the innovation. So startup is the intellectual property backed technology, IP backed technology, product or platform, e-commerce aggregators using digital platform for customer engagement are mainly considered. So here are 4 main things to consider an enterprise or a business enterprise or startup. Number 1, companies incorporated or registered in 2011 and beyond. Okay. So those companies who are listed before 2011 may not come under or may not be called as a startup. Okay. So 2011 is the year of commencement of the concept of startup, and that is the first condition. The second thing is the founding members should be the Indian origin. So if at all we have to call Indian startup, definitely the founding member must be the Indian origin. And then the company headquartered in India or outside with the product development center largely in India. So that is the manufacturing mainly should take place in India, and we can have the overseas site also, offsite campus also. And then intellectual property backed the technology product or the technology platform or e-commerce or aggregators considered. So now the startup it requires IP, intellectual property, backed technology or product, and it's a technology platform is also very much essential. It may be in the form of virtual platform or social network site, whatever it is. So the kind of that ICT application should be there in the case of startup. Thereby, they will fulfill the quality of real startup as it is visualized. Okay. What is the startup landscape? India's startup landscape. There is a few mention about India's startup landscape, and then I will come to the startup ecosystem also as component-wise. Here, the startup ecosystem is given in the form of a diagram here. As I already mentioned, there are 7 or 8 elements are involved in that ecosystem. The first and foremost thing is ideas, invention, and research. The moment when we talk about startup, definitely there must be an idea, that is a business idea, or it may be an idea relating to social issues, whatever it is. But it must be innovative. It must be leading towards troubleshooting. So such ideas are very much essential. Okay. So in the knowledge era, we people, we are called knowledge workers. As teachers, we are all called knowledge workers. Not only teachers, even people who are working in IT companies, who are they can also be called as knowledge workers. And we have to create an environment for getting a lot of novel ideas, new ideas, creative in the form of by promoting creativity in a real perspective. So, for which we have to make the students to have a kind of out-of-box thinking. Thereby, the new ideas will come up. So, ideas, inventions, and research, that should be the first and foremost item in the ecosystem. So, that's how inviting ideas from the people are very much essential. And again, the youngsters, without any hesitation, you can keep a diary. And whatever novel things or ideas coming into your mind, that you can make a note, because many a time ideas are in the dreams. So we may forget the dreams. Every day we are getting a lot of dreams, but we may not be in a position to note down or able to understand the dreams what we had. But there are 1 or 2 dreams which we are able to remember for a day or 2. Then after that we will forget. But in order to make it as a life skill, a life career, we have to convert it into a life career. We have to transform it into a business opportunity. In such case, we have to have an attitude of fire in the belly. When you are having an attitude of fire in the belly, definitely that idea will linger in your ears, will linger in your ears, ideas, inventions, and research. That is the first and foremost factor of the ecosystem element or component of the ecosystem. And then startups at various stages. Again, it is not necessary that we have to create a startup in a full-fledged manner in the first stroke itself. So first step itself. So it has to grow step by step. Then entrepreneurs, as I said, the persons, the people who are willing to take up startup, they have to have the qualities of entrepreneurial qualities. When you say entrepreneurial qualities, here I would like to mention the skills of entrepreneurs, a kind of a set of essential skills and networking skills. There are two groups of skills which are widely recommended in order to gain entrepreneurship. In order to gain entrepreneurship, we have to have set of skills, certain skill sets. One is called essential skill, and another one is networking skills. Okay. Under essential skills, we have to have decision-making skill and smart bookkeeping, long-term planning, self-promotion, and knowing when to quit. These are all called certain essential skills. Along with that, when you are having entrepreneurial spirit in you, you will be having some kind of a networking skills also. Supportive, influential, then continuous communication, then reliable and responsible, knowledgeable, active, then active listener, then empathic, and being appreciative in nature, and connection consciousness. That is very much essential. So while just in my initial intro speech, I said about the journal published by the Baradas University Department of Commerce under the stewardship of Dr.M.Selvam. So he consistently work on that by means of establishing connections. And that's how organizing conferences can be made just like that. So connection consciousness, that is very much essential. So if at all these qualities are there, we can call them as an entrepreneur. Again, sometimes also some of us are also called academic entrepreneurs. People, the entrepreneurship can be identified, entrepreneurial skills can be identified from different sectors of the economy, including the education sector, and academic entrepreneurs are there. Cultural entrepreneurs are there, sports entrepreneurs are there, political entrepreneurs are there, social entrepreneurs are there. So entrepreneurial quality. So that entrepreneurship is again another component in the ecosystem. So that's why consistently we have to work for promoting entrepreneurial society, which in turn paves the way for coming with a lot of innovative ideas. Because when I say entrepreneurship, it has two important quality. One is risk-taking, and another one is innovation. Innovation, risk-taking are the two hallmark quality of the entrepreneur. So once when you are nurturing entrepreneurship, many young entrepreneurs will come with the innovation and risk-bearing mentality, and thereby startup enterprises can be created in a large scale. So for which we have a lot of evidences. We have a lot of evidences in Indian context in the last 2-3 years. I'm also showing some data also on that. So from which you could understand that entrepreneurialism is getting developed in India. Then startup team members, investors, mentors, advisors, etc. So this is how sort of ecosystem prevails. And since 2017, which the private equity and venture capital investment has been witnessing a robust year-on-year growth. And 2021 was a watershed year of private equity and venture capital investment in India, with investment activity reaching an all-time high of approximately 63 billion. And the startup ecosystem in India has witnessed a sea change over the last decade as India's business landscape has become more conducive to entrepreneurship. This has fostered a vibrant startup ecosystem, buzzing with the new technologies and innovation, creating employment and creating entrepreneurship. So celebrating entrepreneurship. So these are the main evidence for ecosystem. A key theme that has emerged in India's startup landscape, especially since the onset of pandemic, has been mainly. So this point is very, very important. Since the conferences on pandemic era, since the onset of pandemic, we can see the digital acceleration. Digital acceleration is really tremendously increasing last 2 years especially. With in the banking and financial sector, you can see the use of the digitization. And again, this is what is called the digital acceleration. So digital acceleration is taking place at a higher rate, the faster rate, which in turn leads to more performance. When performance is increasing, automatically it will yield better results. It will yield better results which in turn helps a lot to strengthen the economy. So digital acceleration fueled by smartphone penetration, that is also there. Whatever be the functions or activity, mostly now we are habituated to some extent using smartphone. So what is called smartphone penetration. Smartphone penetration. We are making all payments in the form of the mobile or a smartphone, or after advent of a lot of digital payment mechanism. And then similarly, nowadays the pandemic also made a big change in the education institution, starting from LKG to PhD. We are doing, we are widely using ICT application. So in 2019 or 18, though we have our own department, education technology department and all there, we other departments in the university or college, we are not that much accustomed to use ICT facilities. Now we are using ICT facilities, blended learning mechanism and so on. It all out of necessity. No? So pandemic, the pandemic situation warranted us to go for smartphone penetration, and that's how that smartphone penetration is taking place in large scale. And the growing importance of technology as an enabler across the sectors and business models. So this is again another notable change you could make in the last 10 to 15 years. No, technology. So earlier, some 10 years before, we call it as TOT. TOT. What is it? Have you heard TOT? Now we are calling it as IoT. What is TOT? Hello? Huh? TOT. Unable to hear. Hello? Technology of things, now Internet of Things, IoT. So from that, we could understand the significance of technology as an input factor in the present context. Even in our college days, we might have heard about the concept of factors of production, wherein we have heard only 4 important factors: land, labor, capital, organization. Now we have to add some more modern factors also. Under the modern factor, one such modern factor is technology. Time, technology, quality, and information. Time, technology, quality, and information may also be considered as the modern factors of production. So among the 4 modern factors, technology is inevitable. So nowadays, even for a small thing, doing a small thing, we are using the technical know-how, and that way we may be able to save time. We may be able to minimize costs. We could ensure comfort. We could ensure the precision and so on. So technology helps a lot. At the same time, we have to make use of it cautiously, because I hope many of you may be knowing the other side of the technology also. That's why popularly technology is called a double-edged sword. Technology is called a double-edged sword. Now also we are facing, just now I said about digital acceleration or digitization. So we are very much proud of going for digitization. At the same time, it has a lot of setback in the form of security issues. So for which again continuous research is going on to ensure security, cyber security. So that way we will be able to prevent the risks. The risk relating to technology also. Okay. So, but at the same time, we have to remember that technology is a double-edged sword, which we should not forget. And then only troubleshooting efforts will be taking place at all time. Thereby, cyber security could be ensured in a consistent manner. Okay. So this is about the landscape of startup. And here, the sea change over the last decade as India's business landscape has become more conducive towards entrepreneurship. As I said, digital acceleration fueled by smartphone penetration are there. And then robust ecosystem. The 2021 was also a landmark year for Indian startups going public. A total of 11 startups, including 8 unicorns. The unicorn is again another popular word which is coming up in the present contest, which tells that the startup which has come across the value of more than 1 billion. Okay. In business, a unicorn. I think you might be knowing the word unicorn, but what's the meaning of it? So when they are successful startups who are able to cross the value of more than $1 billion, we can call them as unicorn. And such a unicorn's numbers is also getting increased in the last 2-3 years. So which is being cited here. So a total of 11 startups, including 8 unicorns, raised this much billion. And there's the Flipkart, pharmacy, delivery, Ola, etc. are almost the slow startups are planning big ticket public offerings in 22. They are very successful also. So when they are the crowd, there are a lot of companies we can listed under the startup enterprises, which I can tell you in the next slide. India's startup ecosystem has undergone a radical change due to a remarkable confluence of significantly increased risk capital funding as well as regulatory business mechanism. So under the startup ecosystem, and these all again the components are prevailing in that. Entrepreneurial culture, that is very much essential. Experienced mentors are required so as to ignite the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds of young ones. So experienced mentors are very much essential. And then regulatory environment system is also required. Regulatory environment from all perspective. Regulatory financial regulations, then legal protection, and then environmental regulation, everything, regulatory environment. That should be properly be monitored and updated. And then collaborative culture has to be encouraged. Then viable, visible success. So that is whenever we say a startup system, definitely we have to make a kind of evaluated research also. Thereby we could understand the effectiveness of the ecosystem. So when we observe some lapses, we may be able to overcome them, and thereby the ecosystem could be fine-tuned. So by means of understanding or identifying the visible success of startup enterprises. Suppose when many startup enterprises are failing, so there is a data, around 40% of the startups are becoming sick. So that alarming data figure tells us create a kind of risk in our mind to take up startup activities. So for which what we have to do is we have to ensure the success rate. We have to ensure the success rate in all possible ways, and thereby it will motivate the young ones, aspiring people to take up startup in a very with our full commitment and interest. Then the risk tolerance. Risk tolerance, again, it should be cultivated as a habit or as a commitment. So risk tolerant capacity, and we have to create the people with the risk assuming character, risk taker character, risk taker rather than risk averse. But as individual, generally, most of us are risk averse. We are averse in assuming risk, but that quality slowly we have to erase, and we have to accept the risk. We have to bear the risk. We have to manage the risk, overcome it. Thereby success will come. Okay, success will come. That is what we did even in the Newton when we consider the situation, business or decision situation. There are three conditions: certainty condition, uncertainty condition, and risky conditions. So among the three, most of us are willing to act on the certainty condition. Few of us are interested to take up risky conditions, and only very few are much interested in taking up uncertainty condition. Okay, but now the COVID pandemic educates us, or it gives a big lesson that we try to survive in the uncertainty conditions also. We have to make a bold decision and put our effort and ensure that our dream should be a reality. So that kind of orientation we have to create in the minds of people. Thereby, the risk tolerance capacity could be enhanced. Risk tolerance capacity could be enhanced among the individuals. Then availability of capital. So for which again umpteen number of sources are there, and again the ifs and buts in availing the financial the funding should be removed or plugged out. Thereby, the startup entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs who are coming with a lot of novel ideas, many a time they are getting a lot of suffocation in availing finance. So the lot of the new sources are also hybrid sources are available in the present contest that has to be properly tapped, and above all, the rules and regulations and compliance are very much required, and thereby the entrepreneurs, without getting dejected, they will be able to get time-to-time finance and timely finance. So when they are getting that, definitely startup enterprises will thrive successfully. So I know one or two startup entrepreneurs who have taken up that enterprise with a real interest and commitment, and they have put in more than 10 years of efforts, and having get the patent right and all. When they are coming for raising funds, there are a lot of clutches are there. So the kind of transparency should be ensured to provide financial assistance, and thereby startup success rate will be increasing. And then technical skills. So these are all the components in the ecosystem. And India's startup ecosystem is likely to spawn 22 unicorns this year, as the venture capital circle analysis shows. Venture capital analysis shows. When you look into the sector-wise activities, so logistics area is one of the area wherein lot of startup enterprises are there in India. Okay, logistics, which we have an exclusive session in the morning. Now that the logistics, to put in a nutshell, because all the time I used to give it in a simple form. So how the logistics and supply chain is gaining momentum? When you get into the root of our subjects, the academic root, definitely the concept logistics has come from the word utility. In economics, many of you might have heard about utility, and there is a law called the law of diminishing marginal utility. Yeah. But generally, I am telling you utility. When you say utility, it refers to use value, and the creation of use value for the commodity. Creation of use value for the commodity or service would be made in three ways. One is called the form utility, place utility, and time utility. Okay. In that form utility, all of us are knowing very well. It is called production, converting input into output. So the process of transforming input into output is called a production function, wherein we are creating form utility. That is gaining momentum in the form of setting up of lot of manufacturing enterprises. That's how we have grown. Yes. Now goods are produced, but it is not reached in the hands of the people who require it. So naturally, the need for creating form utility and the place utility and the time utility is very much required, and that is being taken care by the logistics function. That's how logistics industry is gaining momentum in the last decade, one and a half decade nearly. And in the logistics, again, when you are adopting supply chain, when you are adopting ICT, then we can create a supply chain management, wherein we may be able to locate the movement of people, movement of materials, movement of information, movement of money, everything flow. We can track it and then speed up, and thereby the time utility could be ensured, and place utility could also be effectuated. So that is the function of logistics, and with which the consumption, the goods what is being produced will be consumed. And we are also, our economy is also marching towards promoting consumption in all possible ways, for which the logistics and supply chain management is very much essential, and that is categorically witnessed here. So a lot of startup enterprises are in the area of logistics because it is gaining momentum in the last 1 decade. And again, in the recent past, again, it is very much gaining momentum after adoption of digitization and other things. So people are given last 1 or 2 years, even when the pandemic lockdowns are announced, lockdown blues. Under lockdown blues, we people are not asked to go to hotel and all. We cannot go and sit in the hotel and take food. We can order and get the goods, and automatically the goods are delivered in the house. Similarly, banks, so we can make all online transaction, and with which we need not go to the premises. So this is how the logistics industry is gaining momentum, followed by gaming, winter, retail, gaming, etc. So this is again gives an witness or evidences for the growth of a startup system in the last 2-3 years. Okay. Then Indian tech startup system, how it goes about. The number of Indian startups founded in 2016 onwards, it is given. And when compared to other countries, how about India? India was in the middle path in 2016, because 2016 is the year of introducing the concept of the startup enterprises and the startup policies and other thing. And from there again, only 5 years, there is a significant growth in the startup enterprises, number of enterprises also. Yeah. So the total number of Indian startups, in 2016 how much? 2020 how much? And similarly, the total talents in Indian startups, how many people are there in that? So that also being identified, measured, and 95 to 1,000. And here it was around 210 to 2.5K people are involved in that. So which in turn envisages that a lot of people are knowledgeable people. As I said, knowledge workers are involved in the startup, and that's how startup is gaining momentum in India. So Indian tech startup ecosystem and overview. Popularly called as a third globally expected to grow 2.2 till 2020, and startup by 2020 a kind of visualization is made from 15 to 25 how it must be, and almost we have reached the targets now itself, and current data I couldn't collect. So when we compare that, definitely we will be able to know, compare it with the 25 projection, which in turn understand that how the global startup, the startup system is getting picked up in India. So a lot of driving factors are mentioned here. Challenges for startups are also visualized. While making estimation, they are estimating the driving factors. Number one, India emerging economy. As you all know, India is one of the strong emerging economy. Then young population is as a demographic dividend. I said young population is another driving factor for us to promote the concept of startup. And then easing FDI norms, the ease of doing business. That is also, that concept is also being seriously introduced by the government of India, and thereby the clutches, even in getting licenses, in getting finance, in getting marketing products, all such things could be eased out to some extent, for which they are introducing the concept and policy called ease of doing business. That is, in the ease of doing business criteria also, India has gained a significant growth. And thereby it gives confidence in the minds of the global players to have a contract relations with the India, and that's how FDI flow has come up in a large scale, and the FII also increasing. So for which that ease of doing business is the main criteria, which has been advised long ago. India has to take initiative for to ease the ease of doing business, because unnecessary clutches are there. Now the situation is slowly changing, and it has been eased out in the real sense. So that's why it is called the driving factors. Then challenges for startups, when you say here, three main challenges mentioned: lack of awareness, multiple clearances requirements, and multiple tax existence, etc. And as far as government initiative is concerned, startup ecosystem is monitoring, evolving, and fine-tuning the ecosystem should be taken up consistently, and it is being taken up. Then Digital India, which was a nightmare earlier, which has been realized in a full-fledged manner. Though there are a lot of hue and cry, to some extent we are accustomed with digitization, and online clearances portal also coming up in Vasco. So startup life cycle, these are all being as a startup enterprise. If you are thinking of entering into startup enterprises, you have to see the life cycle. In this life cycle, there are 6 stages mentioned here: ideation, concepting, commitment, validation, scaling, and establishing. So startup the life cycle. So ideation. So this is what are coming with idea, and we have to conceptualize this in the form of a proper formulation. And then with the commitment, we have to make a prototype model and do pilot work. And then we have to validate the feasibility and viability. And then we can go for commercialization in the form of scaling up. So scaling up, and once the scaling up is could be done effectively, we can properly establish it as an enterprise. So this is how a startup can come as a full-fledged enterprise. Full-fledged enterprise. When it comes, definitely that the industrialization or the bringing up of the commercial venture could be made in an easier way, because in a planned manner. That way it will not take much time for us to make a big transformation in the economy. So startup identification, formation, validation, and growth. So this is what discussed earlier. And the startup can be classified into, the startup what is being established in India are classified into 3 important groups called a leaders category, emergent category, and aspirant category. Leaders, emergents, and aspirants. So in the 3 way we are classifying that, and they are the leaders, emergents, and aspirants. With the leaders are harboring 70% of startups merely. So what is a leader, what is the emergence, and what is aspirant? That is also given. And we have grouped the the leader category. 70% of total startups are under the leaders category. 30% of startups are under harbor category, the emergent category, and 8% of the total startups are under the aspirant category. And what is leader, what is aspirant, what is emergent is also given. And who are all, which states are considered as aspirant, leaders, emergent. A kind of a classification is given here. So to start with the aspirants, startup geographical clusters in the form of aspirants. 8% of the startups, upcoming cities, showcasing the innovation skills and evolving as an early stage hub. Kochi, Kolkata, Jaipur, they are all considered as this aspirant states with the startups. Here the number is also mentioned: 110 plus, 75 plus, 50 plus, etc. And this is emergence. Hyderabad, Pune, and Chennai are considered as emergent startup cluster. Emergent startup cluster receiving similar funds, while Hyderabad becomes the Cyberabad, the Pune, an emerging health tech hub, and Chennai, the B2B storehouse. Chennai is known for B2B storehouse, and Pune is for health tech hub, and the Hyderabad is for Cyberabad. Okay, so for IT, so this is how these three clusters are famous for the particular domain of startup. And if the purpose of showing this kind of chart is, suppose if you want to get to know some information about the IT related area, it is better to approach Hyderabad related entrepreneurs or startup enterprises. Similarly, health tech means Pune, lot of well-renowned startup enterprises are there, and in Chennai B2B storehouses are there. So even the recent our chief minister's visit to Gulf countries, he had established a tie-up with around 7,000 crore MOU with the Lulu Mall. The Lulu Mall entrepreneur. So he is planning to establish a big stores like the malls in 2-3 places. I think one is identified nearby Villupuram, like that. They are identified 2-3 areas, and around 7,000 crore of FDI will come into. And so that which in turn encourages this kind of stores, the B2B storehouse startup in the recent past, in the recent future. In the coming future, it will come and it will be a reality if it is when the MOU has been clicked in the right perspective. Then emergence category, then leaders category. Under leaders category, we can classify the 3 states as a leader category in the startup. As per the startup geographical cluster, the leaders, the Delhi NCR, National Capital Region. Okay. So they are known for e-commerce hub. Delhi is known for e-commerce hub. Then Bangalore, we can proudly call as Silicon Valley of India. Bangalore, Silicon Valley of India, and Mumbai, the emerging fintech hub. So financial technology has come up. So you are the Department of the Commerce and Financial Studies in Bharathasan University is having MOU or is having a tie-up with the National Institute of NISM and other NSC and other agencies. Thereby, the fintech initiatives can be taken up in a large scale in the form of skill building programs, so skill-oriented courses. So there is a company, there is a corporation called Skill Development Corporation, National Skill NSDC. So with which we will be able to incorporate a lot of the fintech related diploma courses or certificate courses, which in turn helps a lot to promote the fintech related startups in the years to come. So these are 3 categories: emergence, aspirants, emergence, and leaders. So this gives you an idea to an individual where in which area you are interested and where from you can collect the relevant details and all. So that's why I'm showing you this the 3 clusters area. In addition to that, other states are also identified and they are also nurtured, and they are named with the different names, and it is coming up in the years to come. Then startup, whatever be the startup, it needs a support. When you say support, it needs technical support, financial support, market support, legal support, managerial support, everything. So even in the case of business enterprise, if you have to manage, then not to promote entrepreneurship, we have to provide a support system, entrepreneurial support system. So it should be from all business, all functional areas. So thereby the business unit will thrive successfully. Similarly, so startup also support system is very much essential, and startups are different from other businesses. 75% chances of failure is associated with startup. So it's a alarming. It's a caution. It's a caution for us, a caution for the youngsters. But don't take it as a what's called a kind of fearing technique. No? So it will alert you. It will alert you how to overcome the failure, how to avoid, or what kind of preventive measures we have to take up to avoid failures. So that you have to do. Then role of supporting ecosystem is an important. And India is a promising sort of ecosystem under the transition from factory-driven to innovation-driven with a strong knowledge economy. So this is again a one line which tells the whole of my explanation so far. Okay. So under the transition from factory-driven, as I said, the land labor capital organization, factory-driven to innovation-driven. Now the idea is the concept of promoting business is based on idea. So that too an innovation in the form of innovative idea, innovation-driven with a strong knowledge economy. So thereby the startup will be coming up in a large scale, which in turn paves the way for bringing more innovation, and thereby in the global innovation index, India is also will be coming forward. Right now, we are not in a very lucrative position. We have to come up for which encouraging startup in all possible ways will really helpful to get a good position in the global innovation index also. Okay, then coming to finance, many times financing part is really the biggest hurdle for the startup entrepreneurs. As I said, I have personally see the experiences of the ordeals undergone, ordeals that are pain undergone by the startup entrepreneur promoters from the perspective of with respect to financing. So that's why we have to dwell upon the financing aspect. And when you say financing aspect, are you able to see the slide? Hello? Huh? See how startup comes. Say a kind of small, it may be witty, and it is a more realistic. No, a child starting from nurturing as a child, then we can put it in incubation. Like that, it grows and it will come out as an enterprise, full-fledged enterprise, and a matured enterprises as a corporate body. So normally, in a normal mode, it will take 15 to 20 years to become a very successful business house. But now we are adopting a kind of fast track, so that I can call this startup system as a fast track method. Fast track method, at the same time, it will pave the way for innovation also. So incubator, seed accelerator, then second stage business accelerator, then boutique consultancy and management consulting. So they are all the service providers for nurturing the startup at the different stages. No, service provider. Who are all the service providers for startup? Incubator, seed accelerator. That is the first initial stage. And normally, a startup person or startup company should be in the incubator for 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years. We are making a research also on this. No, incubators. So, but unfortunately, we are struggling a lot to collect data. That is again. It's very pathetic for academics and the researchers, and so incubator normally 2 to 3 years. So after the successful thriving in the 3 years in the incubator, we can show what's called the exit. We can prefer exit option and start the company in a full-fledged manner. We can go for public issue also. But while setting up a startup, we have to create a company. We have to create a company with our own promoters' family members. And it has to function. We have to carry out all the business functions in a prototype model and thrive. Thereby, we are slowly able to move, walk, run, and then thrive, face all challenges and eventualities. Okay. So service providers are required at every stages. Here, 4 important categories of service providers I mentioned. And then with respect to source of funding, again, founders and angels. That is the first thing. First level funding, mainly by the founders. Suppose if I am setting up a startup, I have to contribute my own fund. No, but it's called a promoter's contribution. No, in the entrepreneurship, we used to call it as promoter's contribution. So what's the need for it? Why promoter's contribution is very much essential? Then only as a startup owner or a business, I will be having stake in the business. I'll be having stake. If I have any stake in the business, then only I will manage the business very successfully, very efficiently. Otherwise, I will be careless. Even from the day one, I am managing with the other person's money, others' money. So in that case, there may be chances for carelessness, recklessness, with which the business may be failing. Okay. So in order to avoid that, a kind of promoter's contribution is being insisted. What is called the founders. And then angels. So I will come into details for angels. Angel investors are there. They are called the professional investors. They are called the professional investors who are very particular in identifying very innovative business proposition and come forward to invest financial assistance. And many a time they are taking up equity stake also in that. Equity stake also in that. So angel investors. Then venture capital, private equity. We are going to discuss it in detail. I'm going to give you a brief about every point in the forthcoming slides. Venture capital, private equity, and public markets are also there. No? Once when we are coming out, no exit option after coming out from the incubation, we can go for IPO. We can go for IPO, and even such IPOs also startups are made a mark. There are some startup which has done very astonishing, whose IPOs are really very astonishing. That is being quoted in a few slides. While mentioning about some companies, startup companies. So it's especially the Airbnb, and when they are coming for IPOs, definitely it was rocking really. Similarly, Oyo Hotels IPO was $9 billion, which was really beyond their imagination, and that's how they become very popular. So that means during the incubation stage itself, they are strengthening themselves, and thereby once when they exercise the exit option, they may be able to raise the funds in a large scale from the general public by means of properly listing the companies also. Then investment objective, business model development, seed startup funding, development funding, expansion funding, and the continued growth also. So again, there in financing, there are several rounds of fundings are also there. I will show you the slide in the slide. So business model development, seed or startup funding, development funding, expansion funding, continued growth, etc. Yeah. Then monitoring also very much essential at all stages. But monitoring is very here I think it says, when you see the slide, this left-hand side, left-hand side is the width is more. Right side is width is less. It is going towards a sharp point. So that means mentoring is more needed in the initial stages. Then once when you are slowly growing in the startup, automatically when you are becoming a full-fledged enterprise, there is no need for mentoring. You can manage yourself. That is the understanding here. Okay. Then business risk similarly. Business risk. See the left-hand side. Left-hand side, the spectrum is high. The width is high. That means the volume of business risk is high. So in the matured process, definitely you may be able to manage the risk, and thereby risk propensity is very, very less, and you can manage it very easily. And when you see the valuation, initially people may ridicule us also, and without bothering that, we have to work consistently and face all the challenges, overcome them, and thereby we will be able to shape the startup in such a right perspective and get into full-fledged enterprise. Thereby the value increase will take place. That's why as far as valuation is concerned, see the right side. See the right side of the slide. Valuation part there. Here width is increasing. So this is the underlying concept of promoting startups. Promoting startups wherein mentoring needs are high in the initial stages. Business risks also high in the initial stages. Whereas the evaluation is very low in the initial stages, or sometimes negative also, and we can ensure 100% valuation. And once when you are entering, getting out as a full-fledged enterprise. So this is the whole logic behind the concept of promoting startup enterprises in India, everywhere. Startup enterprises. So mentoring needs valuation and business risk. Okay. Then regarding as I said, with respect to financing, there are a lot of funding rounds. Funding rounds are there. That is mostly when we refer funding or financing of startup, mostly Western and Eastern countries guidelines will come mostly. So in Indian context also we have selected, I have collected some information, and it is given in the forthcoming slide. So here, bear in mind that these are certain guidelines. Precise setups may vary from country to country. Example, US market, Western Europe has much higher financing rounds than the countries in Central and Eastern Europe, and the characteristics of particular rounds of types are constantly involved. Rounds of financing. We cannot pay in one stroke. We have to give in several spells. That is what is called rounds, and that rounds are also being numbered and mentioned here. A funding round is money you get to grow your business from different types of investors. Usually accelerators, business angels, VC funds, depending on the development of stage of your startup, you can raise pre-seed, seed, Series A, B, C, like that. So these are called 5 rounds. Pre-seed round, seed round, and the Series A round, Series B round, Series C round. So 5 levels. The funds are being provided at 5 different rounds. It may be from the accelerator, from the business angels and VC funds. That is being explained here. So pre-seed fund, pre-seed round. The pre-seed round from whom we have to get. Pre-seed funding round is a way financing that aims to take up startup idea off the ground. It able to engage in project full time, hire crucial team members, build a proof of concept. This is what is called a POC. So that is the first and foremost thing to get a startup. To get into a startup, POC is very much essential. Proof of concept is very much essential. That is nothing but concept development. Concept development for which initial some funding is given, and that funding is called pre-seed round. Pre-seed round. Pre-seed round. So for in that under that, we have to develop a prototype. We have to develop a prototype or minimum viable product, MVP. MVP, minimum viable product. So this we have to produce. This we have to show. Even in the case of a prototype, we have to develop a model and explain the working of that model. And explain while explaining the working of the model, we can highlight the feasibility and viability of it also. So that is the concept of the POC, proof of concept, for which funding is given, and that funding is called pre-seed round. Pre-seed round. Yeah. So under pre-seed round, and then post-seed, pre-seed, then seed round. Seed round is here. Seed round, second part, second stage of funding. Second stage of funding is seed round. Seed round, it's like a seed money. Seed round takes place when a startup has established a proof of concept. POC is there, and I am going for a demonstration, and for which I am creating a MVP. That is the minimum viable product strategy on how to enter the market or initial tractions. So I am just testing in the market testing. So for which a pilot study should be undertaken, and that effort is for which we need money, and that money is called second round. The seed round. Pre-seed round, seed round, and then Series A, post-seed. Under post-seed, there are 3 categories, A, B, C. So this is A. Now post-seed are given in 3 levels. One is A, and another one is B. The B is also mentioned here. Now A and B and C. Series C and beyond are funding rounds that support mature companies in further development and scaling. At this stage, the business model works, the user base expands further, the company is ready to conquer new markets, develop new products, and acquire other companies. Okay. So this is a C and beyond. C and beyond. This is how several rounds of finance are there. And the startup funding ecosystem has evolved beyond the angel investors and venture capitalists. And startup can raise funds from different kinds of investors and platforms. There are 12 funding options available. 12 funding options available mentioned here. And that funding may be broadly categorized into 3: equity funding, debt funding, and government grants. These are the major category. And the group specific sources of funding are also mentioned here. The early stage funding called seed phase. Seed phase, what is called pre-commercialization funding. So for which, as I said, the pre-seed and seed money is there. And the personal savings. So this is the this early stage mainly personal savings. In the early stage, mainly the personal savings and money collected from friends and relatives. So that is the first investment for early stage. So friends and family, first personal savings and friends and families, and what we can call it as internal sources. I can call them as internal sources also. Sources of funding, especially in the early stage. In the early stage called internal sources, mainly personal investment. Personal investment from our savings and by the founders, then bank body, retained earnings, friends and relatives, and even we can make use of our credit card and raise money also in that, through that also. So these are all called the internal sources of funding at the early stage. Okay, right. First is savings, friends and family, then seed funding. Seed funding, I told you already. What is seed funding? And the incubators. Incubators and accelerators and incubators. Their role is very, very important in the enterprise. Incubators, apart from providing facilities, they are providing facilities and guidelines. They are providing small financial assistance also. Business incubators are organizations geared toward speeding up the growth and success of the startup and the early phase companies. Startup and the early phase companies. No, so because they under their close monitoring, the incubating company can grow well. No? Incubators are like the trainers. No? So we are the company is working under the guidance of a trainer. So incubators. So thereby they may be able to shape themselves easily. So speeding up the growth and success of the startup. Incubators provides numerous benefits to owners of startup business. So that is there is also one source of finance, and the accelerators and the incubators. And again another category of supporting personnel called accelerators who are gearing up the growth and success of the startup enterprises. And then the very visible or a very notable or widely popular source of funding for startup enterprises are angel investors. Angel investors, whom I can call as professional investors, business angels. Business angels are high net worth individuals who provide early start companies with the financial and non-financial assets such as skills, professional networking, coaching, and expertise also. Okay. So many times these angel investors, along with the financial assistance, they are providing non-financial assistance also, such as skills, professional networking, coaching, and expertise. And that's how sometimes they may be a nuisance also because they are very keen. Having invested a huge amount of money, they won't keep quiet. They will encroach in the affairs of the company also to some extent, whether you are going in the right track or not. So it is being continuously monitored by them. So angel investors. Angel investors often have a background of successful entrepreneurs. So since they may have some exposure, they may guide you properly. And many times they are acting as a mentor also. They are acting as a mentor also for the incubating company. Okay, so this is the angel platform for startups, startup funding in India. The angel platform for startup, many number of the angel firms are given, mentioned here. So Let's Venture, then G2 Incubator, the Chennai Angels, Angel List. So these are some of the companies, angel investors, who are providing funding for startup enterprises. Their number is also increasing in the last 2-3 years, and which in turn shows that many people are coming forward to assist the startup enterprises. And the venture capital investors, another company. So next to the angel investors, another popular source of funding is venture capital companies. And many times this venture capital financial assistance is being made by NBFC, non-banking finance companies. They are providing a lot of venture capital assistance in the present contest, and they are called VCF, venture capital funds or venture capital institutions, VCI or VCF. And they are coming forward to provide financial assistance to startup enterprises. And that venture capital financing is also gaining momentum in the recent past, which shows that startup enterprises are being encouraged by venture capitalists. And especially in the pandemic, we made a detailed study with respect to the survival of NBFC in the pandemic situation. So when comparing to banking and other insurance industry, NBFCs are thriving good. NBFCs are thriving good. And now even the government of India is also very particular in encouraging the non-banking finance companies in the years to come. So definitely they may be able to surpass the performance and growth of banking companies in the years to come. So that's how the NBFCs are gaining momentum now. They are able to successfully thrive in the pandemic situation. In the post-pandemic, definitely they will be able to grow well. So that means their products, all NBFC products, will be gaining momentum. This is a clue for you. Even some researchers are there. If you are interested, you can think of identifying the different research issues relating to NBFCs. Related to NBFC, definitely for another 10 to 20 years, NBFC will rule the financial sector. Sure. So that's how they are growing even in the pandemic situation and successfully overcoming the pandemic effect, and they are getting ready for post-pandemic situation and performing well. And that's how a lot of new options are coming up. New scheme, financial assistance, and other facilities have come up in the form of leasing, hire purchase, installment purchases, and other things. A lot of options are available. And again, the companies are also interested in going for leasehold assets rather than buying freehold assets. While acquiring assets for my business, Mostly, especially the startup entrepreneurs are not showing interest to buy freehold assets. I hope you may be knowing the concept of freehold and the leasehold assets. Okay, what's the main significant the information about leasehold? Acquiring assets in a leasehold manner. Leasehold. So link it to the finance, capital structure. So when the companies are going for this kind of the leasehold properties, definitely the quantum of investment will be less. When quantum of investment is less, definitely the chances for enhancing the ROI will be more, and thereby EPS will be high, which in turn helps a lot to gain confidence among the shareholders, and with which a company can thrive well. No? So startup entrepreneurs are not, because earlier we had a kind of sentiments. We want to own the assets. So as a status symbol. Now the same asset is with me. I am owning possession. I am having possession, but I don't have ownership. What's harm in it? Above all, it gives a lot of other benefits also. I'm using the machinery for 3 years. If there are any repairs and all, the leasing company is addressing it, and I can replace it also. Thereby, I can make also the facility without any what is called stuck up. Consistently, I can make use of it and earn well, productively utilize the assets. And that's how leasehold assets are very popular in the present context, and which is being provided mainly by the NBFC. And that's how I said that venture capital assistance are given by the venture financial institutions are also providing a lot of funds for encouraging sort of enterprises. See the venture capital assistance in 20, 21 and 22, quarter one. The quarter one in 2021 assistance 3.5 billion. So 21, 5.7 billion. Now 22 first quarter, 10.5 billion. So the quantum jump of financial assistance provided by venture capital companies in the recent past. Venture capital funds are an institution whose business is to provide capital to promising startups. This point is where the startup funding goes to the next level. Okay, next level. So venture capital, once when they started funding, definitely such project will be very viable only. If it is feasible and viable, then only they will come forward to finance. Okay, the problem lies is whenever they evaluate before coming forward to funding, they evaluate. They come for evaluation. They will not give money just like that. While doing that evaluation, lot of ifs and buts are happening, and that's how promoters are also, entrepreneurs are vexed. They got dejected, and sometimes they are even changing their mindset also from converting the startup into enterprise because of the ordeal exercise they underwent to get finance. So that has to be eased out. That system has to be eased out. Though I am showing lot of financial options available, but practically speaking, when you are conducting survey among the incubatees, among the startup promoters, they may tell hell of stories in raising finance. Okay, and above all, when I am sharing my proposal for the purpose of getting financial assistance, my idea, my formula, everything is should be kept confidential, but it is not taking place. It is being misused. So that in turn create this kind of collapse are taking place. It has to be identified, eased out by means of creating a kind of the transparent system in project evaluation and and according financial sanctions or awarding contract in the form of financial sanctions. Okay, so that is the thing what I observed from the field experiences of the startup promoters. So the active venture capital companies, these are all venture capital institutions, VCFs, venture capital fund in India, venture capital, popular venture capital funds in India. No? Okay, then VC deals in India year-wise. Again, deal means how many contracts they have given, how many startups they have encouraged. No? So that the deal, when you look at the deal number also, it is gaining momentum. It is gaining momentum. Number of deals are gaining momentum, increasing. Okay, so increased to 932 deals like that. And aggregated deal value is also mentioned here. Average deal also mentioned here. Okay. Then banks and financial institutions. There are again another source of fund for startup enterprises. Then grants, again government grants. Equity free money from government could be tempting direction. If a startup has the potential to overlap with the government goals, develop innovations, plus it has high possibility of commercialization. So So the grants from the government, state government and central government. But now recently, the Tamil Nadu government has identified around 14 proposals and accorded sanction to 3 or 4, it seems, sanction grants. So that is another source of funding for startups. Then convertible notes. This is again a hybrid instruments which could be helpful for the startup enterprises to raise finance. Convertible notes. Then bootstrapping exercise. Bootstrapping exercise, we have to start with the smaller amount of contribution and seek the support of many players in various forms, and then fulfill all our requirements in the form of encouraging partnership, strategic partnership, and the barter agreements. No? So this technique, this mode of funding is gaining popularity in the recent past. No? And then crowdfunding. Again, crowdfunding is a model which you could have come across even in the film. I think many of you might have seen the film Soorarai Potru. Have you seen? Have you seen that Soorarai Potru film? Film by Surya. Film by Surya. So crowdfunding. Yeah. Similarly, there's another film called directed by Karthik. Duruvangal Padinaru. Duruvangal Padinaru is also a film directed with the crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is a source for startup enterprises, especially in film industry, long back. Even there is one film, there is one crowdfunding finance assistance deal made some 43 years ago. 43 years ago in film industry, there was one crowdfunding initiative taken up. No, it was for the film Kudisai. No, Jayabharati's film, no, crowdfunding film, Kudisai. So 43 years back. So that means now it is gaining popularity, but the concept has been introduced long back. So this is also a mode of raising fund for startup enterprises. And again, in the case of crowdfunding, a lot of models are there. Equity crowdfunding, debt crowdfunding, no, and donation, pure donation crowdfunding, like that. Different models of equity with the fundings are there. No, and in that, equity crowdfunding is illegal as far as India is concerned. We are not encouraging equity crowdfunding. And at this juncture, you should know equity crowdfunding. Equity crowdfunding create a kind of obligation on the part of the donor. So that's why it is not considered as a legal one in Indian context. Okay. Equity crowdfunding. Equity crowdfunding is illegal in India, considered as unauthorized and unregulated. Okay. So instead we can go for kind of pure donation based crowdfunding, reward based crowdfunding, and peer-to-peer lending crowdfunding. What is called a peer-to-peer lending. In India, the NBFCs are licensed to operate as P2P crowdfunding providers. Peer-to-peer crowdfunding providers. NBFCs are also acting on that. Okay, so for which again the SEBI has given a guidelines for crowdfunding also, and accordingly the accredited investors may invest. So all the people cannot, only accredited investors can invest. And then qualified institutional buyers, QIB, that is also the concept there. They can hold up to 5% of the issued securities. And then the retail investors are allowed to contribute from 20,000 rupees to 60,000 rupees. That's the ceiling also. So I can contribute minimum 20,000, maximum 60,000 as an individual in crowdfunding. So these are certain guidelines given by NBFC. So again, it is an area for research. Crowdfunding is an area for research. NBFC is area for research. Angel investors, the role of angel investors and their effectiveness can be taken up. So these are all very contemporary issues, research issues to be taken up in the years to come. Then private equity. You may be knowing equity capital is raising equity capital without the public exchange approval. That's called what's called private equity. This is also another source of fund for startup. And then initial public offerings. This is normally coming at the end of last stage of the startup, initial public offering, IPO. Thereby, the company will come as a full-fledged enterprise. They can opt for exit option and come as a full-fledged enterprise. So sources of funding, advantages and disadvantages are there. Every stage, some advantages and disadvantages are mentioned. Seed funding, incubators, angel investors, venture capitalists. I mentioned about one or two disadvantages of angel investors also. then bank, financial institution, private equity, public issues, in all the modes of finance. Some advantages also there and disadvantages also there. So having looked into it, we have to choose the source mix. We have to choose the source mix for raising funds for our startup. Thereby we can run the show effectively. Then above all, there are a lot of challenges are there, especially poor financial management is the main challenge, and the insufficient working capital, underestimating startup cost, mispricing, offering too many sales promotions, sales are good but profit is low, late client payments, late payment of bills, bad cash flow management, monthly expenses, forgetting your own salary. Many times startup entrepreneurs, startup owners, they are failing to put salary for their effort. That is also, these are also some of the financial concerns that ought to be avoided while doing proper financial planning. Okay. So challenges faced by the startup enterprises are mentioned in the form of team, funding, market need, ascertaining market need is again a challenge, then revenue and capital burn, the decelerators, constant reinvention, regulations, etc. So like this it goes. And these are all the, again, model for alternative funding scenarios. Few of them we have discussed earlier. So bootstrapping, crowdfunding, and peer-to-peer business lending, etc. So with this, let us stop now. Some other information are going about the incubation. So from this, I would like to put in a nutshell. Promoting startup enterprises or the need are there, and it will pave the way for creating an entrepreneurial society for a country like India. And when we say entrepreneurial society, it has very many dimensions, not necessarily business-related startups. No, even a lot of startups relating to social issues are also there. Startups relating to social issues are also being created. So which goes in line with the entrepreneurial dimensions, as I mentioned earlier. Agriculture entrepreneurship, cultural entrepreneurship, sports entrepreneurship, then political entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, like that it goes. So in all dimensions, when we are nurturing a startup, definitely, as I said, we will be able to create an entrepreneurial society in the right perspective, which in turn strengthen the economic growth of the country, and we will be able to ensure sustainability also. Okay. So with this, I just finished my talk. If at all have any interaction, we can do that. A lot of companies are there in the startup, famous, popular companies, even at national level and international level. We can cite Google and Facebook and other social network sites are also coming as a startup. Then Uber, in the transport sector, you made the Uber and Ola are rocking really. Uber has made a very good business value or in a short span of last 10 years. They established in the year 2009. Now the total funding is coming to around $25.2 billion. So think about a transport aggregator. He's the only transport aggregator. Now I traveled in Uber cars in Hyderabad and other places. So when inquired, really they are giving a very attractive salary for drivers. They are giving 1 lakh rupee salary for drivers, 1 lakh salary for drivers. But service must be very quality and satisfactory to the customers. If there is any shortfall, definitely that employee will be sent out immediately. But they are offering a salary of 1 lakh rupees easily. So with drivers of 3-5 years of experience and good at driving. So similarly, Ola. Then another one, Voya Hotels. Voya Hotel is really made the hard changing in the pandemic season. And the end of the pandemic, the lockdown period, they have gone for IPO, and that IPO has made an amazing name for that Voya Hotels. They were able to raise $9 billion through IPO. Many times, even the established companies are also very difficult to raise IPOs successful in the IPO initial public offerings. But as a startup, when they are successfully coming out and going for IPO and able to get as expected subscription, that's really something praiseworthy. So that also we have to look into. Above all, I think I cannot avoid in saying about Amazon, who are also playing an amazing role in the present day context in the digitized world. And e-commerce is an e-commerce startup. Amazon is an e-commerce startup, you may be knowing, and they are popularly called an e-commerce giant. And they entered in the publishing line, but now they have diversified the line, where different lines of operation and almost penetrate into all walks of life of society. Okay. So with this, startups are becoming very, startups are gaining momentum, and a kind of dynamism is required in the case of the startup ecosystem, because the ecosystem should be fine-tuned then and there with close monitoring and mentoring. Thereby, the startup ecosystem will really nurture the required talents among the youngsters, with which the building up of the entrepreneurial society will be a reality in the years to come. Thereby, India will become superpower in the years to come. So at the end, just I would like to commemorate our late president, Abdul Kalam. No? He said that India has to be superpower. No, India has to be the superpower in 2020. He said, but after some time, some Vaida has given 2035. At least now 2035, India has to become superpower, or India has to become economic powerhouse. It can be materialized, or it can be realized with the help of promoting the startup system, startup ecosystem in a right perspective. Thereby, the youngsters, with their innovative ability, they will be able to contribute their best for the economic development of the country, and thereby economic power. India will become the economic powerhouse in the years to come, definitely. So with this, once again, I congratulate the organizers and extend my heartfelt thanks to the conference director, Dr. Selvam, and his team for giving me an opportunity. And of course, I tried to come in person to my level best, but unfortunately I couldn't come. That's why I made this kind of webinar. And I hope I may be able to deliver required information to you. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rajan. Thank you very much. Any comments? Very brief.
Good evening, sir. What are all the major reasons for failure in startup?
Pardon?
What are all the major reasons for failure in startup?
Failure in startup. Number one, lack of consistent commitment. Number one, lack of consistent commitment. Number two, delay in getting procedural clearances. Then number three, financing. Though several finance options are there, as I said, a kind of transparency is very much essential. And because of these startup entrepreneurs, their success lies on their know-how only, secret know-how, technical know-how. When that know-how is known to all, or it is being misused, definitely they may not be in a position to thrive. So for which a kind of authentication should be given. The committee, the evaluation committee who are giving approval, accords, sanctions, they have to act in good faith. And that confidence has to be created in the minds of startup promoters. If it is taking place in the real perspective, definitely many youngsters will come forward with a lot of novel ideas. Thereby, failure could be avoided. Okay. So the red tapeism, as I said, number one. Then number two, the two formalities have been eased out now. They are telling, but still it is there practically. And then funding problem, financing problem, and lack of transparency in financing. That is also there. And even the IP, intellectual property rights are given. But when you are going for commercialization, again, lot of big bulls are there. They try to swallow your idea, and sometimes they are bargaining with you. And they are threatening you also. A lot of threatening calls are coming to young startup promoters, who don't have a kind of support mechanism. So but these are all things which can be addressed. And again, many a time the measures are taken up by the government departments, and thereby protection should be given to them, and with which the failure could be avoided.
Okay, thank you. Any one more questions?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Abinia. In the upcoming era, my question is, sir,
yes.
In the upcoming era, which sector will be a good option for startups?
Which sector is good for startup?
Which sector is good for startup? As I showed in my slides, logistics. No, again, morning you might have heard a session on logistics. And again, we people are our economy is marching towards consumption-based economy, like US, and the supply chain logistics supply chain is gaining momentum, and definitely it is number one sector for taking up startups, followed by tourism. Though the tourism has taken up a lot of setback. No, India has taken up as a thrust area for promoting tourism. And if at all you are interested in taking up some startup in tourism related area, even to medical tourism or even tourism, event management, whatever it is, you will be able to thrive. And then transport, the logistics supply chain, when I say, ultimately transport sector will also come, transport sector will come, warehousing will come, no? And then in the case of the medical, so hospitality, medical sector, no? Health sector again, hospital is again another initiative. Because promoting inclusive health is the order of the day, and for which a lot of startup initiatives are very much required. And these are all certain potential areas: tourism, hospitality, the hospital, the medical care, and as I said, the logistics and supply chain management. These are all some potential areas for. Then aviation also. Again, the government is also planning for promoting a lot of micro ports, like in the case of airport also coming up. And in that case, even sooner or later, airport will be functioning in navally. So likewise, they are planning to introduce the air services in small places also. So that aviation sector is also one of the potential area for taking up startup.
Okay, thank you, Professor Managan. Very excellent lecture. Very useful.
Yeah.
Please wait for a official vote of thanks. Please wait 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Saying thank you is more than good manners. It is good spirituality. Now we invite Sir Mohammed Basit Amna, the PhD research scholar, to propose vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this session. First, I would like to thank our resource person, Dr. P. Nagarajan, Professor, Department of Commerce, Pondicherry University, for his special lecture on the topic Startup Ecosystem in India, Financing Perspective. He has nicely explained the state of Indian startup ecosystem, characteristics of Indian market, growth drivers, various government schemes for promoting startups, challenges faced by startups in India, various sources of funds for setting up startups, etc. Thank you, sir, for very interesting and wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I also wish to express my gratitude to our beloved Professor Dr.M.Selvam for arranging this wonderful event for us. We thank Professor S. Ayyapillai for his support and guidance. Next, I would like to thank our faculty members for their guidance and support. We thank Geeta Subramaniam for his presence in this conference. I would like to thank our department research scholars and MBA students for their cordial cooperation. Finally, I thank all the participants who joined in person, also virtually to grace this occasion. Once again, thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Managan, and all others.
Yes.
Thank you.
An announcement. Let's have a tea break for about 5 minutes. All offline participants are requested to reassemble within 5 minutes. The online participants are requested to log in the same link on or before 5 minutes.
Madam Geeta, how are you?
Hi, Dr.Selvam. Good
Hello, Madam Geeta. How are you? Geeta, madam?
Hi, Prof. Selvam. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you. How are you? That was a really good session by Rajan. Yes, congratulations once again. And
Thank you, thank you. I thought that you will come to India.
see you in the evening. See you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, Professor John Workings. Hello. Yes, Professor Joseph Workings.
First, இந்த ஃபாரின் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட் வெளியில இருந்து 5 பேர் அவங்க வந்து இந்த ரூம்ல ஆன்லைன்ல தான் நடக்கும். அவங்க வந்து டைரக்டர் ரூம்ல இந்த ஆன்லைன் அந்த 25 நிமிஷம் அந்த அதர் ஸ்டேட் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட் அவங்களாம் சைமல்டேனியஸா அவங்க அந்த 25 மினிட்ஸ் செய்வாங்க. அதாவது அதர் ஸ்டேட் எத்தனை பேர் இங்க வந்திருக்காங்க இது வந்து இல்ல டைம் வந்து வெளியில இருந்து வந்தவங்களும் 5 பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்
செஷன்ல யார் உட்கார வைக்கிறது?
ஐயன்ல சார் பாபு சார் நினைக்கிறேன்.
சீக்கிரம் நம்ம பிரசன்டேஷன் ஓகே
அவங்க ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் பண்ணி
பெரிய அந்த கிளியர் வந்து அங்க சிஸ்டர் பிபி இருக்குங்க எப்படி இங்க அம்மா ஸ்டார்ட்அப்ல பிபி இருக்குங்க
அதெல்லாம் மெயில்
நான் மெயில் அடிச்சு பண்ணிட்டு
இல்ல